We begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota, Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll do a roll call. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning, and I'll be chairing as the Mayor Knack is away from chamber. Before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do anyone have a pecuniary or a conflict of interest to declare? Seeing none, we will move to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Parmar?
I will move that the adoption of the agenda.
Any questions? If not, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Salvador, would you like to move the minutes from April 22nd?
Yeah, I'll move the approval of the minutes from the April 22nd, 2026 Executive Committee meeting.
Any questions, corrections? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has been carried. Protocol items, we do have one. And I want to start today's meeting by recognizing the Moose High campaign, a national day where we join all Canadians in ceremony and in solidarity to end gender-based violence. This initiative brings together men and boys to stand up against violence towards women and children in Canada. Sadly, Indigenous women, girls, and gender and sexual minorities remain much more likely to experience violence than their non-Indigenous neighbors. Indigenous women are 6.5 times more likely to die as a result of violence, and over 60% of Indigenous women have experienced physical or sexual assault since their youth, compared to 45% of non-Indigenous women. These numbers are recognized within the context of a national crisis that is rooted in colonialism, systemic racism, and misogyny. The City of Edmonton is hosting a Moose High Campaign Day event tomorrow at City Hall with our partner, the Indigenous Sport Council of Alberta. This event demonstrates our commitment to continue working alongside Indigenous communities to implement the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ action plan. Both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Edmontonians are invited to attend, participate in a walk, and receive a pin to show their commitment. I encourage everyone to do their part in advancing this vital step towards reconciliation. Thank you. And with that, apologies, I think I missed just acknowledging those who are online. We also have Councillor Rutherford online, Councillor Wright, Councillor Principe, and that is it. Welcome to Executive Committee. With that, selection of items for debate. Who would like to sign up? Councillor Parmar.
I will select 7.2, 7.3, 7.4.
Okay, excellent. Councillor Elliott.
Sorry, my colleague selected what I wanted, but thank you though.
Okay, great, thank you. So we have 7, 2, 3, and 4. For the remaining items, let's vote on reports not selected for debate.
Is that your motion, Councillor Tang?
Oh, yes, go ahead. Councillor Salvador, do you want to move?
Sure, so moved.
Councillor Elliott? Just waiting for Councillor Elliott's vote.
Oh, sorry, I've had audio problems. I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried. We have one request to speak, and I'll move that executive committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate on 7.2 corporate user fee policy. Jesse Watson. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes. Thank you.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried. We have a request for, actually a couple on specific time for 7.2, first item at 1:30 p.m. So for speaker, that will be in the afternoon, and then 7.3, second item at 1:30. Do we have to move that?
You
No.
do not. That was already approved.
Great, okay. Councillor inquiries? Not that I'm aware of. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. None. Request to reschedule reports, that's been approved. So we'll move on to the item for this morning, a 7.4 annual delegation of authority.
Before you start, would you just like me to confirm
Oh,
what you
yes,
approved?
please.
All right, so this morning, Executive Committee approved the recommendations in the following reports. Item 5.1, Alberta Avenue Arts Development Expression of Interest results with a revised due date of June 10th. Item 7.1, tax forgiveness options for Covenant Health, which will proceed to Council. Item 7.5, City of Edmonton Submission, Federal Supply Chains Act 2025, also proceeding to Council. Item 7.6, Bylaw 21455 to designate the Windsor Park North Park as a municipal historic resource. And item 7.7, Bylaw 21479 to designate the Elizabeth Bell Residence as a municipal historic resource, both which proceed to Council.
Excellent, thank you very much. So we're gonna go to 7.4, and this item, I'm aware that the mayor has a motion for this, but his time is quite limited. And I understand there's some questions in private, so what I might recommend is after presentation, perhaps, Mr. Mayor, if you wanna table the motion, we'll go into questions and then finish the public ones and then go into private. Over to administration.
Sounds good. Good morning, everyone. My presentation is going to take about 16 minutes. In compliance with City Administration Bylaw 16620, which requires the city manager to report on procurement agreements over $250,000 arising from non-competitive procurement processes, this report provides details on all such agreements for 2025 as well as competitive procurements. In addition, these reports provide an update on the City of Edmonton's Sustainable Procurement Policy implementation. I'm Saurabh Sorabi, Branch Manager, CPSS, and today with me is Jennifer Smead, City Procurement's Director, and I have other supports available from Infrastructure Services, Legal Services, and our Deputy City Manager, Stacey Padbury is here as well to support the conversation. Next slide, please. The city uses different procurement methods for construction, goods, and services. The process varies based on the cost, risk, type of purchase, and other specific needs. The preferred way to acquire goods and services for the city is by competitive procurement in accordance with public procurement and trade agreement requirements. Through this process, all suppliers have an equal chance to bid for an opportunity. And for value-based procurements, which forms the majority of our competitive procurements, all compliant bids are reviewed by a formal evaluation committee using a consistent and predetermined evaluation process. For price-based procurements, all compliant suppliers must comply with technical, environmental, and sustainable procurement mandatory requirements. Non-competitive procurement processes are used when there are few suppliers, urgency, or only one organization that can meet the specific needs. For these agreements, the city can sometimes bypass a full competition based on trade agreements exemptions. Instead, the city could direct award the contracts in these cases to suppliers directly. To ensure value in these agreements is achieved, the city either seeks multiple quotes through limited competition when feasible, or negotiate an optimal price and terms. City has also recently updated its process to review and evaluate unsolicited, innovative proposals submitted by the industry. Administration reports non-competitive agreements over $250,000 to the Executive Committee yearly. Attachment 1 provides a summary of competitive and non-competitive agreements greater than $250,000 in the January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2025 reporting period. Attachment 2 provides details on individual non-competitive procurements by department, and this slide shows the value of competitive versus non-competitive procurement over 2025 in the 2025. The vast majority of city dollars are awarded through open competitive process, maintaining absolute transparency while committing to our sustainable procurement practices that ensure value add, diverse and purposeful spending of city funds. This is represented by 91% of competitive procurements included sustainable criteria in 2025, and this is consistent with 92% in 2024 and up from 80% in 2023. In addition, diverse spend increased to $114 million. Diverse spend is defined as the amount of money spent directly with a business that is majority owned by an indigenous or equity-deserving individual or group, and money spent directly with a social enterprise or social purpose organization. Next slide, please. In the previous slide, we showed that 90% of total procurement spent over $250,000 was the result of competitive process. This slide shows a summary of the percentage of competitive versus non-competitive procurements over $250,000. Out of 213 contracts, 87% of contracts were competitive and 30% of contracts were non-competitive. Local procurement for the purpose of this report is defined as any supplier with a business address containing a postal code in the capital region. 62% of competitive contracts reported here were awarded to local firms, and this is consistent with previous result of 65% in 2024. 43% of non-competitive contracts were awarded to local firms, and this represents an increase from previous result of 30% in 2024. Next slide, please. I want to take a minute to demonstrate the value of a strategic procurement, especially when considering the use of public funds, which is something we are currently focusing on in corporate procurement and supply services. It starts with ensuring transparency and integrity. By using a fair, open, and competitive process, we ensure we get the best value for public funds and are completely transparent in how we spend them. This also provides crucial support for safeguarding the city. A robust and compliant process mitigates legal risk, helps us avoid trade agreement challenges, and is essential for enhancing public trust and our reputation. Beyond good process, we use procurement to drive sustainable impact. Following our sustainable procurement policy, we are purchasing with purpose to create economic, indigenous, environmental, and social benefits like skills training and employment opportunities for equity-deserving groups through our procurements. This policy also supports environmental resilience. We integrate sustainability into our supply chain to help with climate resilience, manage emissions, boost energy efficiency, and minimize waste. And finally, if leveraged well, procurement can be a great way to boost the local economy. By keeping our process accessible and fair, we are able to support local businesses. As we saw in the previous slide, over half of our procurements by volume and value go to local capital region suppliers. But we can always do more to increase the number, like leveraging our sustainable procurement criteria to emphasize subcontracting with indigenous, diverse, and small businesses, and purposefully getting quotes from local suppliers in our below trade agreement threshold procurements, which offers more flexibility. We are also inviting small local suppliers, in addition to diverse and indigenous suppliers, to our Purchase with Purpose networking event this June. Next slide, please. The sustainable procurement policy is implemented through a set of frameworks, tools, and resources designed to guide intentional value add and positive impact purchasing decisions. A variety of tools and procedures are used to integrate social, ethical, environmental, and indigenous considerations into the procurement process. To highlight a few, Community Benefits Framework ensures large infrastructure projects enhance social, indigenous, and environmental economic opportunities. Social Procurement Framework guides which social value consideration to include in procurements. The Indigenous Procurement Framework sets direction for Indigenous participation in city procurements, and Measurement and Reporting Framework and also Diversity Spend Framework together specify policy outcomes and processes for tracking the process and diversify city spend. The city utilizes the Sustainable Procurement Menu as the main tool for applying sustainable procurement criteria to competitive procurements. The Indigenous set-aside approach was finalized in February 2025, and this ensures that specific contracts or portion of contracts are reserved exclusively for Indigenous businesses. To date, the city has utilized the Indigenous set-aside approach on 7 procurements. And the Sustainable Below Threshold Purchasing Guideline guides purchases considerations under the 75,000 trade agreement threshold. Guided by those tools and frameworks, the city proactively takes action to engage with key communities and cultivates opportunities for diverse and local suppliers, as well as increases sustainable impact from procurements. We are hosting our 3rd annual Purchase with Purpose event in June. We hosted 2 Sustainable Procurement Advisory Committee meetings in 2025. These sessions were instrumental in providing insight to support the development and enhancement of cities' Indigenous set-aside approach and the Sustainable Procurement Menu. And we continue to hold regular Selling to the City sessions. These sessions are now designed to help suppliers understand the city's procurement processes and sustainable procurement policy, giving them the chance to ask questions and connect with business support services offered by the business-friendly Edmonton team. We are also socializing diverse spend within the city, both through the below threshold guidelines and working with various teams to identify opportunities for Indigenous set-aside. Using the menu and guided by the Social Procurement and Measurements and Reporting Framework, we are applying sustainable criteria to competitive procurements, maximizing Indigenous and social outcomes, which are elaborated on in the report attachments. Next slide, please. As we look ahead, our focus is on refining our current tools, expanding our diverse partnership, and finalizing key frameworks to ensure our procurement processes continue to deliver significant community value. We are making changes to our SAP Ariba data collection process to improve our measurements and reporting capabilities. These changes will help us capture a more holistic picture of our impact. Based on a comprehensive evaluation completed in 2025, we will be rolling out updates to our Sustainable Procurement Menu in the next month, and we will also be finalizing tools and training needed to support our staff within the revisions. We have 1 major framework to finalize, and we are wrapping up the Community Benefit Framework now, which includes identifying potential projects for inclusion and seeking feedback from external parties and our advisory committee before we finalize the changes. Additionally, an Indigenous economic contribution study will be undertaken by a consultant in 2026. We will use the findings from this study to further update our Indigenous procurement and set-aside approach. Guideline: conducting a low-value spend analysis to identify priority opportunities and updating our data methodology and developing a new training plan for our staff is also in progress. We will be hosting our 3rd annual Purchase with Purpose event, as I mentioned, in June. And we will also continue to deliver Selling to the City sessions to create awareness and educate on how to navigate city procurement process. Throughout the year, we will be actively engaging with our Sustainable Procurement Advisory Committee to promote these events and gather their feedback. Next slide, please. As I have mentioned a few times throughout the presentation, I want to wrap up by telling you a little bit more about our Purchase with Purpose event. This is a city-run networking event for diverse, indigenous, and small local businesses to meet public sector purchases. Last year, we had over 100 visitors, with 1/3 of them being indigenous identifying attendees. Attendees represented a variety of sectors and professional services, including trades, construction, social enterprises, and others. At the event, attendees make connection with various city departments, ranging from waste to ETS to infrastructure services, and buyers from other municipalities, educational institutions, nonprofits, and others, such as Edmonton Public Library and Edmonton Airports. This year's event will be hosted on June 10th, 2026 from 1:30 to 4 p.m. at Fort Edmonton Park and is open to diverse, indigenous, and small local businesses and other interested parties. Please invite those in your network, including citizens, organizations, and communities who may be interested in attending. More information is posted on edmonton.ca. Next slide, please. We are excited about the work ahead of us, and I would like to thank the Council for your continued support as we advance our work as relates to sustainable procurement and other things that are happening in our department. This concludes our presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent, great. Thank you very much for that presentation. Lots to dig into there. Maybe I'll go to Councillor Palmer first, since you selected it. Do you have any questions in public?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Okay. Mr. Mayor, do you want to go next?
Sure. I just, if it's okay, I have a few quick questions, but I mainly have a motion. There.
You're cutting in and out. Oh, hello. Hello? Do you want to try phoning in?
Okay, let's try this. Yeah.
So,
Is this any better?
oh, sure, yeah, okay.
No, I'll phone in.
Okay, well, while you're
phone in.
doing that,
I'll
I'm
be right
happy.
back.
Okay, thanks. While you're doing that, I'm happy to just jump in with a couple questions then. Just wanted to, anyways, I think there's lots of actually good news, and for me, my big key takeaway is social procurement has been in the works for a long time, but it's proven to be an effective tool, would you say?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. And obviously there's more to do, but I feel like there's been, every time that you bring back a report, there's like steady progress made, so that's really promising to hear. For the non-competitive procurement, is our preference typically for local suppliers? Or is local suppliers, for the fact that they're local, are more cost-effective? Like, what are you finding?
Well, I would say for non-competitive, typically there is always a strong reason for not going through the competitive process, and most of those reasons are related to where there is only one supplier or a public sector institution that is delivering the services. So it's usually geared towards an exemption, and that may not necessarily be related to a local firm. It could be a very high-tech I would say parts for, let's say, our ambulances or our fleet that we want to buy, and we have to go to a specific group. So if there is a local supplier, we'll definitely give priority to the local, but being local on its own doesn't guarantee an exemption under trade agreement. So it's usually the best fit for that non-competitive procurement, if that makes sense.
Yes, that's good to hear. And then for the, maybe this is a bit of a rhetorical because your report is so comprehensive, but the selling to the city sessions, thanks for sharing the upcoming one. And then I guess just session over the last few years, because you've done this now a few times, how's the turnout, how's the engagement? You know,
Yeah, just a quick correction. I think you are referring to purchase with purpose event.
Oh,
Is that
yes,
correct?
yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, we do both though. We
You
do
do both.
selling to the sessions, which is like 4 or 5 times a year.
Yeah.
Sometimes more. That is our educational online training session for everybody who wants to know how to do business with the city.
Right.
The purchase with purpose is our big annual networking event. I think we have some picture on the slides. I
Yeah.
don't know if that shows the energy in the room, but I have been.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering the trend over the years.
Yeah, so there's change, you mean in terms of
Like turnout,
increasing of
like
participation? Yeah,
engagement.
all is happening. The number of booths holders are increasing, the number of participants, the type of conversations we are having. It's showing progress every time we do one of those events. Last year, our event was at the same time of another Indigenous engagement session hosted by one of the nations, and it was a lesson learned. Still, we had a good turnaround in both events, but there were many that attended both.
Yeah.
So we are doing more collaboration, making sure we are not mirroring our event at
Yeah,
something similar at the same time. But I would say in general, the participation is pretty decent.
that's awesome. And then you feel it's obviously translating to tangible outcomes as opening the door to diverse suppliers. And-
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mayor Nak, are you back?
I think so.
Okay.
Am I here?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. Really just a few quick questions because this will probably tie into motion here. I wanted to get a better sense of how we're including innovation as criteria for evaluating different bids. I don't believe we actually have like a set criteria. It's something that you might factor in, but it isn't as defined right now. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. We don't directly always include innovation, but we have ways to encourage and incentivize innovative ideas. Like we have our unsolicited proposal framework that is meant for industry to give us innovative ideas on how to deliver work for the city. And then in some of our tender documents, procurements, we have options for the industry to propose innovative ideas instead of what cities being seeking. So like, for example, in some of our construction tenders, we have a language around city being open to alternative delivery methods or alternative technology. The onus is on the supplier to demonstrate that's going to work. But yeah, there are some options that already is there, but as a line item in our evaluation requirements is not a typical practice at this point for the city to include innovation as a separate line item.
Okay, that's great. That was my main question. I'll have a motion at the appropriate time. I don't know if you want to go to private first, then I can do it when we come out, or.
Yeah, I think we can, Counselor Salvador, do you want to do a couple quick questions?
Sure.
Before
Yeah,
we go in
just
private?
a few quick ones. Really excellent work here. Enjoyed reading through this, and I think, yeah, some excellent results. I actually just wanted to ask about attachment 6, I believe it was. And that was an interesting read just because there's some comparators in there. And particularly wanted to ask about the benchmarking results. And just how Edmonton is faring, sort of compared to some other jurisdictions. I think, from what I could tell, pretty good. And I wanted to ask about the high-impact procurement opportunity, like the HIPPO list. It seems like that is in progress on Edmonton's side. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Of course, yeah, I can just confirm what you said. I believe Edmonton is known as a pioneer in this space, and many other cities come and talk to us, and they are using our models, and they are being open about it. But to specifically answer your question, I pass it on to Mrs. Smith to speak about the metrics.
Okay, thanks, Orab. So yeah, the matrix is, just a note, it's self-evaluation. So we evaluate ourselves and all the other municipalities evaluate themselves. Yeah, the high impact procurement opportunity is a focus for us for sure this year. I think that we're trying to align industry capacity with what the city is purchasing. And so specifically in the Indigenous space, we're trying to see what businesses are out there, how big of projects they can do, and how we can incorporate them into our procurements. So it's an area that we've sort of circled around, and we're really honing in on this year to try to really figure out what categories and where can we find the most impact.
Great, that's really helpful to hear. And just around I think the other one that talked about in progress on Edmonton side is leadership and collaboration as one of the categories. Can you talk a little bit about that and some of the work that we're doing as we look ahead?
Yeah, of course. So again, as I mentioned throughout, I believe the focus there would be more training and socializing the procurement across city leaders. We are getting great support, but it's a work that we need to continue to make sure the word is out there and awareness of the program. And then continue to engage with industry, communities, mainly through our advisory committee, but also other channels is going to be an area of focus to achieve that.
Great. So both internal and external, and
Both.
yeah, appreciated hearing about the work that's underway and planned for those community connections as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else on the board, maybe I'll take a motion to go into private.
So moved.
This is subject to, I actually don't know. 30 of the Access to Information
That's
Act.
correct.
Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Just checking to see if we still have Mayor Knack with us.
Nope.
Yeah, I'll say yes. Sorry, I got a spinning east wrap.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. It's passed. We'll give it a minute.
And we are live.
Okay, great. I think at this time I'll turn to Mayor Knack.
Good morning, or yes, thanks. Good morning. I have a motion. Sorry, we're just running between announcements. I'm just pulling it back up again. Here it is. So I'll move. Oh, sorry, wrong. Should be coming up on the screen. Here we go. That administration provide a report to assess options for technology adoption and innovation within the city's procurement practices, opportunities to input innovation as an evaluation criterion or within contract performance requirements, the potential to leverage existing policies and tools such as the sustainable procurement menu to support these objectives, an analysis of implementation risks, including trade agreement compliance and market competition, and result in jurisdictional standard consultation with relevant industry stakeholders.
And that's do you have a due date for that?
Yes, I think it's the August meeting.
The August
August
12th
committee
executive
meeting.
committee, yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then there is a recommendation in the report as well to keep attachment 3 private. Can I assume that's part 2 of this motion?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Absolutely. Happy to keep that private.
Great, thank you. Do you want to introduce 2 minutes?
Yeah, well, I'll actually just offer some closing comments at the appropriate time here. If folks have questions, happy to answer those first.
Okay, questions on the motion? If not, I'll just ask a quick question. Can administration speak to any existing work right now? Is this on your radar? I'm aware of a few other municipalities also doing something similar. Can you just speak to things that you're already doing?
Of course. So yeah, I earlier mentioned there are already some ways that we support innovation. Unsolicited proposal framework is one. Our options to offer alternative design or alternative delivery approaches in construction projects is something comes to my mind. And we have actually started some work in lieu of our sustainable procurement in support of a startup and small technology firms to explore how we can support them within our evaluation requirements, knowing for some neighboring municipalities that's a focus area. Taking advantage of us having our menu, we have started thinking about incorporating some of those components. So not exactly to the extent of the motion, but there are things that is already being done that I would say is in alignment with the intent of the motion.
But it sounds like this motion could help you go further.
We can do a deeper dive and talk with the stakeholders. I'm okay to take it and bring you back what is already being done and what could else be done to add to our work.
Yeah, I think, I'm interested just to hear some examples of, like what are some of the things that we have stimulated. Because I do think it's important for public sector to take the leadership to stimulate that innovation. And is the due date work for you, August 12th? That's like in 3 months.
Well, it could be a bit tight.
Okay.
If you want to do it through engagement with our industry, I would say...
What would you recommend?
I would say Q4 2026 could be giving us more flexibility if that's acceptable to the executive committee.
Yeah.
But again, we are flexible. We can try to deliver as you ask. But
Would that be a friendly amendment for the due date? Because it is extensive here. The mover?
That's good for me.
And I see head nodding in the chamber. Okay, thank you. So we'll make that change. Councillor Elliott.
No, Chair, that was the exact question I was going to ask. Is this sufficient time granted? But we just relieve that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, maybe we can move to speaking to. Well, I'm good. Councillor Elliott, did you want to speak?
No, this is a holdover. I support this motion, given the what's included in this, and I'll be voting yes.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Knack, do you want to close?
Yes, I do. Sorry, we're just pulling up some notes here. So thanks, everyone. And sorry I can't be there in person right now. We're just on our way to an announcement. So just wanted to bring this motion forward. You know, at the end of the day, Edmonton is an innovation powerhouse. We have world-renowned institutions, leading innovation companies, and a significant pool of incredible talent. And we've consistently heard from members of our innovation ecosystem that they're eager to partner with the city to help address the challenges we face, and that the city itself plays an important role in advancing a strong and thriving innovation economy. We have shared that economic development and quality services are council priorities, and this motion helps to put our money where our mouth is. How the city approaches procurement directly reflects our values and priorities. We also know that procurement is an effective tool for signaling and stimulating change. And while we have made incredible movements in the realm of social procurement, we've also heard there can be more movement in embedding innovation into our procurement expectations and practices. So this motion begins that work. I'd like administration to examine every opportunity to better incorporate innovation into contracting and procurement requirements, because as our city faces new challenges and opportunities, we will need to be creative and forward-thinking solutions to meet them. Fortunately, Edmonton is a strong and growing innovation ecosystem, and I think now is the right time to invite those innovators to build our city of the future together. So that's why I want to bring this forward and appreciate the opportunity to discuss this. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's been carried. Okay, so that is 7.4. Hopefully the timing worked out okay for the announcement. The other remaining items are time specific, so I would just say we'll recess at this moment and come back at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Councillor Tang here. Councillor Elliott, are you with us?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Parmar is here. Councillor Salvador is here. And then also in the room, Councillor Jans, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Wright. And then because I'm not logged in, I don't know who else is on the line. So any councillors online, you want to just say hello? That would be great. Maybe. Councillor Rutherford is on the line, maybe?
Yeah, hello.
Hello. Anyone else online for councillors? No? Okay. Great. Well, let's keep it moving here. There was a lot of business done in the morning, and so we really just have our two items left. Next is a corporate user fee policy, and then the investment committee annual report. Perfect.
Good afternoon. One of the items in the fiscal gap work plan was a commitment to develop a corporate user fee policy. This is a critical piece of work as we examine how to deliver the services that Edmontonians expect in a manner that is both financially sustainable and affordable. User fees are a significant tool in the municipal toolbox, and in Edmonton, these user fees haven't always kept pace with the cost of delivering services. User fees are not intended to generate profit, but to recover all or part of the cost of delivering a public service. User fees apply to discretionary services, that is, services where the consumer can choose whether to use the service and pay the fee or not. While there is still work to be done on the policy, such as setting cost recovery targets, we wanted to share progress to date and what will be included as part of the policy. The final user fee policy will come forward in the fall alongside the proposed 4-year budget. This will allow for a holistic view of financial decisions. Next slide, please. I want to start by highlighting that this work is part of the fiscal gap work plan. It aligns with the council, I want to start by highlighting that while this work is part of the fiscal gap work plan, it aligns with council priorities through the provision of quality services and through council's principles of fiscal sustainability and affordability. User fees are an important tool for cities. They support financial sustainability of some of our programs, and we know that we need to make adjustments to user fees in order to grow these non-tax revenues. And they also support affordability, as we know that target subsidies will be required to ensure that all Edmontonians are included and have access to city services so that income barriers don't limit the accessibility of those services. With me today is Malat Petigara, the city's principal policy advisor, who will refresh some of the background on why the policy is important, the policy principles, as well as changes to how we will provide subsidies going forward.
Next slide, please. Thank you. To recap, Council has seen this graph a few times before, which shows the growing gap between property tax revenues and non-tax revenues. Non-tax revenues for items such as user fees has not grown in line with expenditures, and therefore has placed an additional burden on the amount needed to be collected through property taxes. When non-tax revenues, which include user fees, do not grow in line with expenditures, tax increases need to be higher to ensure the budget is balanced. Next slide. As noted in the previous slide, non-tax revenues include more than just user fees. So this graph shows the growth comparison of property taxes, transit revenues, and recreation and attraction user fees. We focus on these two groups of user fees as they are the city's largest. The growth rates are compared using a growth index, which normalizes all three revenue streams to a common 2016 starting value of 100. Growth indexes make the growth of each revenue stream comparable over the 2016 to 2025 period. The 2025 index value reflects the percent difference over 2016 levels. For example, property tax revenues had an index value of 1.6 in 2025, which is 60% higher than the 2016 baseline value of 100. This means that property tax revenues grew by 60% from 2016 to 2025. In contrast, recreation and attraction user fees had an index value of 1.22 in 2025, meaning they grew by 22% over 2016 levels. ETS revenues, which are largely user fees but include some non-fare revenues such as transit advertising, had a 2025 index value of 0.82, which is 18% lower than the 2016 baseline of 100, which means ETS revenues decreased by 18% compared to 2016 levels. Because these two revenue streams have not grown in line with service delivery costs, and because the city is required to balance its operating budget, this has meant that the tax levy has offset the difference, resulting in higher tax increases over the entire period. Next slide. The policy that is being developed is based on 5 principles which are covered in this report. The first is financial sustainability. User fees are an integral component of the city's financial structure. They diversify the city's revenue mix and provide sustainable funding that ensures services can be reliably delivered over the long term. The second is cost recovery. The city applies a cost recovery target-based approach to user fee services. This maintains fiscal and budgetary discipline, ensuring that user fee revenues are growing in line with applicable program expenditures. Cost recovery targets are still under development. The third is equity and inclusion. Services should be accessible to all Edmontonians regardless of financial barriers. The fourth is beneficiary pays. Services should be paid for by those who will benefit from them. And the fifth is equitable cost allocation. Service costs are distributed fairly between the community at large through property taxes and direct service consumers through user fees. Expanding on the fifth policy principle, this principle directly ties to City Council's principle of affordability. Every user fee-based city service has a cost, and those costs must be funded in some way. This typically requires some balance between property taxes and user fees. For most user fee-based services, there is a blend of benefits accruing to both the community at large and the directly benefiting consumer. For example, transit service on whole benefits the community at large by reducing emissions, reducing traffic congestion, and providing a low-cost transportation option. However, it also provides a direct private benefit to its consumers by taking them where they want to go. A fair distribution of costs acknowledges how both parties benefit and how both parties should pay in relation to their benefits. The policy recognizes there is a healthy tension between taxpayer affordability and user fee affordability. The development of the policy respects both and aims to find the balance between both groups whom ultimately fund the service. Next slide. Tying into the first two policy principles, financial sustainability and cost recovery, the policy is being developed where business areas take a cost recovery target-based approach to setting fees. This does not mean a service needs to recover the full cost of service delivery. It means a partial cost recovery target is established as part of the policy, and then budgets are built in accordance with those targets. It is up to the business areas to manage budgets to meet cost recovery targets. This can be done by managing operating expenditures or adjusting user fee prices. This process essentially inverts the budgeting process, where the cost recovery target is established first, and then either user fee prices or operating expenditures can be adjusted to achieve those targets. Services can also undertake strategic initiatives that drive additional volume to grow user fees and achieve their targets. Cost recovery targets are still under development, and we are working with the business areas to determine what percentage of cost recovery target makes sense for each service, where each service will have a unique target. Cost recovery targets will be established for transit, recreation, and attractions. Next slide, please. This slide shows the framework for user fees and subsidies, centering on 3 definitions: user fees, common subsidies, and targeted subsidies. By way of example, for illustrative purposes, if the total cost to the city of providing the service is $20 per user, and the standard consumer pays a user fee of $12, then the resulting common subsidy is $8, which is funded with tax-supported revenues. The right-hand side shows what a low-income consumer would experience, where the city's cost of service delivery is still $20 per consumer, but in addition to the $8 common subsidy, which is provided universally to all users, there is an additional $6 targeted subsidy provided to eligible low-income consumers. In this example, the consumer pays $6, and the remaining $14 is funded using tax-supported revenues. It's important to note that in both examples, the cost of service delivery does not change for the city. Regardless of the user fee charge, the cost remains the same, and those costs must be funded in some way to ensure service levels are maintained. The balance between user fees and taxes thus touches on the fundamental municipal finance question of who pays for what, in what amount, and why. This framework also ties back to two of the policy's principles discussed previously. The first is beneficiary pays. Services should be paid for by those who will benefit from them. The second principle is equity and inclusion. Services should be accessible to all Edmontonians, regardless of financial barriers. As part of developing the process, we will be ensuring that access to service is preserved for Edmontonians facing financial barriers. The primary mechanism for this will be through targeted subsidies, where additional tax-supported funding is allocated toward those with demonstrated financial need to ensure the user fee price they experience is affordable and preserves their access to the service. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, the final user fee policy will come back for council approval in the fall alongside the four-year budget. The policy is the high-level strategic direction that guides city administration. And this concludes our presentation. We are happy to take any questions council has.
Thank you very much. Before we go to questions, I believe we did have a speaker registered to speak on this. That was Jesse Watson. I'm not seeing their name online, and nobody's in person here. Jesse Watson, are you online? No? Okay, well, we'll move to questions. This was selected by Councillor Parmar. Please go ahead, Councillor Parmar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to question about, do we know where we sit on all of our services based on this existing policy? Do we know that now?
Maybe just a little more clarity on what you mean by where we sit, like how much we're
from
recovering?
transit, from recreation, from all of the public services that we deliver as a city.
So if we're talking in terms of cost recovery, transit recovers in and around 23%, I believe. The average for community rec facilities, and I would just look for Roger to confirm, is in the 63 to 65% range, but varies actually widely by type of facility.
Right, and will we be seeing that when you bring that forward, when we're looking at user fees, like this is the policy, the overall framework of it. I'm just wondering, will you bring that to us, like to council with like that type of information when we're making decisions on user fees?
Yeah, that would come forward, like the level, I just need to think about what the appropriate level of detail is, but at the time that we bring forward the establishment of cost recovery ratios, we'll bring forward the information that helped us determine what our recommendation was in terms of cost recovery ratios. So some of that history and where the services are currently at in terms of recovery.
Okay, and what did we do before this new policy?
So we've always had user fees. The policy, like now what we're creating is a central corporate policy with other policies nesting under. In the past, user fees have been policies that have been done on individual basis throughout the department. So there's a transit user fee policy, there's a recreation user fee policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador.
Great, thank you. Maybe just to start with some process questions. So with this approach, essentially, I think you said you'd be building the budget in accordance with the cost recovery target, so it kind of inverts that process. I guess the question or concern I wanted to better understand is, like, does that create a higher risk for structural budget variances if we're sort of setting that target, setting that goal and building budget to that, and then if that doesn't materialize, how do we envision that rolling out?
So I just maybe want to, what we're trying to do is develop a policy that works from both a budgetary perspective, addresses some of the issues with our fiscal gaps, respects some of the items that we see in the principles in terms of affordability. And so we haven't set the cost recovery ratios yet. We'll look at it as part of it. I think even when setting cost recovery ratios, we would first be looking at maintaining the ratios that currently exist and then potentially setting targets for higher ratios. So through the process, we don't intend to automatically say transit recovers 23%, now we expect it to recover 30. we would always start from the place where we are and look at incremental increases to get to where you want to be in terms of establishing target cost recovery ratios.
And
That'll lower the risk of your revenue risk also.
And that would all be handled administratively, right? Like, would we have, what is our line of sight, I guess, to those targets?
So our goal is to bring back a user fee policy alongside budget that has those targets in them.
So we would be presented with a budget that's already sort of based on those targets, though, right? Like, we wouldn't see it in advance.
Yes, but recall that we would be, we don't intend to start that at something higher than we're already recovering.
Right.
So if we're recovering currently 23% on transit, the intention isn't to try and recover 30% right away. We would build the budget based on 23%, but then maintaining what we're already achieving and allowing us to set, if you want to set higher targets in the future, we build those into later years.
And would we, so that makes sense as sort of the baseline going into this budget, but on a go-forward basis, would any changes to those targets, what would that look like? Would that be, again, handled sort of on the administrative side? Would that be coming to council as well?
So as mentioned, the concept and the framework is still under development, but the current draft framing is that the targets themselves are in the administrative procedure, which is managed administratively.
Okay, because I think that's a good question too, is like what's on the policy side versus what's more of the administrative procedure side. Okay, I'm gonna circle back to that, but I did just want to ask a slightly different question. So just around ensuring access to service, so understanding that that is primarily going to be preserved through the targeted subsidies. One of the questions I have is just around, like, if we are going to be relying on those targeted subsidies, does that create a widening gap of affordability and like access across the board potentially could change or be reduced, but we still be relying on just the targeted subsidies? Like, do you see what I mean? If there's broader affordability implications for folks who might not fall into that subsidized category but might be on the margins. Like, how are we thinking about that piece?
So I think I would just say, like, when establishing a subsidy target, there is always going to be a point at which we cut off that subsidy, and then people are paying the unsubsidized price, which is still, like, so our goal is to make transit, recreation affordable overall in how we deliver the service and control as much of that as possible, to then apply discounts to those who need discounts. But it isn't to take away choices. Like, there will be a time where we won't subsidize and people need to make a choice on whether they choose to use a service that's discretionary or not.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott, I think, is next. From committee. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. My questions, I guess, revolve around, you said that when ETS revenue has decreased, is that taken, I'll say buses and LRT, like in combined? Is that everything in total? Is that correct? Am I understanding that?
Yes.
Okay. And how do we measure so we provide, if I have this correctly, how do you determine when a family can pay a lower fee? Is it based on what their, like, say, income tax, for example? How is that measured? And is that the way you do it?
In that example, I don't necessarily think so. So the current draft of the policy is trying to strike the balance between having guidelines, but also allowing for flexibility. And a type of bundle pricing like that is going to continue to be allowed under the policy. So a family access, for example, could be continued if the business area, continue to want to continue such a pricing product.
Okay, I guess, thank you for that. What I'm trying to figure out is, right, is because I know there are subsidized. So do you base the rates that's, for example, that people can use ETS or use our rec facilities? How does because unless I'm totally out to lunch on this, do people acquire? You can obtain a lower fee to access because we want to provide access to all Edmontonians, and I guess where I'm trying to get at is how do you determine what a family can or cannot pay? And because if say if you make 100,000 a year, you can afford the regular rate. Whereas if somebody is making 40,000 a year, I guess that's the line that I'm trying to determine. How do administration come up with that number? Is that a part of the
Yeah.
equation?
I'll start. So I think you're asking about like we have a current leisure access pass. We have a low income ride transit program. So
Yeah.
based on certain thresholds, you can apply to be part of that program. And once you're, based on the eligibility, once you're considered eligible, and the majority of eligibility is income-based, but there are also other categories, so I'd maybe look for Mr. Jevney to supplement. Then once you're part of that program, for instance, then you're eligible for the ride transit fare rate.
Okay, thank you. My colleagues have sent me some things to look at, and I appreciate it. Thank you. And when we look at potential user fees, is there any measurement done? For example, if we increase user fees for a rec center, do we look at if that's pushing, I'll say, Edmontonians to like private facilities? Is that ever taken into consideration? Because I know that if it hits a certain threshold, someone may say, well, I really can't afford to, or I think the rec center is too expensive. I'm going to go to the Y, for example. Are those numbers ever looked at, what private facilities are using?
Yes, absolutely. So in developing the cost recovery targets, we would not set a target that required a price that would reduce the overall consumer volume at any of our facilities or attractions.
Okay, and that's all my questions right now, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tang.
Okay, great, thank you. Just so I understand, you're gonna take this away, develop that, some of the cost recovery targets, embed it into the budget, so we won't have a chance to look at what the plan is to, gradually perhaps increase that target. Are we gonna have a checkpoint perhaps, prior to budget deliberation?
Yeah, like we can bring back, there are numerous budget reports where we can bring back a checkpoint on that.
Okay.
Again, like I think what we're trying to do is have an initial policy discussion, show you the principles that we're thinking about. There is a lot of good work going on in the corporation on what are transit user fees, what should they look like, what would a price change mean, how would it affect different riders, and all of that same thing is happening in community services with the look at the leisure access pass. We want to let some of that work happen first before we solidify the policy in its final process, in its final form.
Right, and we're not talking about all those good work that's happening. One, it's not done, and two, today we're looking at sort of this broader, higher level, principle-based approach to setting a corporate policy, right?
That's correct.
Okay, but do you have a sense of like timeline and like leading up to November?
Well, we need to, I don't think we'd be back any earlier than potentially the leisure access pass report, because that's an important component that we would.
Yeah, that's in August, I think, right?
I'll look to Mr. Jevney to answer.
I'm not sure the exact date, but it is in Q3 or early Q4.
Yeah, I think I think it came up briefly on Monday's report. So you would not come any later than that report, you said? Any earlier?
Any earlier, but we would, at the time we're bringing that report, at the time Mr. Jevney's team is bringing that report forward, we should have, because we're working with the teams across the city, we should have the information necessary to give you a glimpse at what that's going to mean for budget.
So even though we're going to have one sort of corporate user fee policy, specific conversations related to rec, related to transit will still come forward, and attractions will still come forward once those work become available, right? Those analysis become available.
That's correct.
Okay, that's very helpful, because I think some of us are imagining everything's gonna come at once and we won't really have those checkpoints. Just take transit for example. So I'm hearing you say maybe the first year is still at 23 and then we'll kind of move up. How would, like, maybe it's too premature, maybe that's what this analysis that will come back later will tell us, like what, how would you know what the ideal target would be? Like, I'm assuming you're looking at other cities, you're looking at historical trends in cities' user fee in the last 10, 20 years, for example, and I'm assuming some of that discussion will come later. Would you say?
Yeah, and I would say, like, from a corporate policy perspective, like, what we're saying is we think that in a user fee policy, cost recovery ratio should be a thing that you consider when establishing user fees. But the work of what that cost recovery ratio would be is very much rooted in the department that provides that service.
Okay. And we'll have that discussion more in depth when that time comes.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, so, I mean, I think some of my questions might not be as relevant then to this discussion because they're, I think, more specific to some of those later analyses are specifically in the content area. But how do our user fees compare to other municipalities at a high level? Like, pretty on par?
I think it depends on what you're looking at, but
Okay.
if you recall back in the department presentations, Transit shared an analysis of their user fees against other major jurisdictions.
Okay.
Mr. Jevney's here, so he can maybe comment on recreation fees.
Yeah, Council, we also benchmark within the region and then with other major municipalities, primarily in Western Canada, but
And maybe what I'm asking is like, maybe do other municipalities have something like a corporate user fee and that others nestle under, or kind of individually as we have been doing?
In 5 seconds.
It's fine.
Okay, thank you. I'll go next. Thanks for this information. I'm going to channel former Councillor Ben Henderson for a moment, if you will. So I think my struggle with the cost recovery piece that I've always had, and I'm going to just repeat his words, I think, and I think Councillor Katz talked about this, I think other councillors have raised it, but I think he was the one that would often talk about, if we're going to have that, we need to have a full understanding of what we're dealing with, because so I'm going to use transit as the perfect example. I don't care what the number is, but we've, over the years asked for what is the cost savings we have if ridership increased by 20%? What does that reduce the cost of on wear and tear for the roads, vice versa? So if not having a full picture makes it hard for me to say cost recovery should be 25%, 40%, 100%, if I don't know the full cost implications of the service that we're providing. And recreation's a little different because the cost savings is probably on the healthcare side and that we don't experience that. But on transit, there are things that we should be able to measure that I don't think have come with that conversation. So is that something we would expect as part of this conversation later this year?
I'm going to say no because it's hard to do what you're asking us to do. And that's the part that that is, for us, the challenge is, that's the general subsidy, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do we determine the general subsidy of an item like transit when, you don't necessarily, you're trying to get at Like, I think we can tell you what roads cost. We can tell you what transit costs. It's very difficult for us to tell you if 20% more people rode transit, there would be this much less cost for roads, because
Yeah.
you would still potentially need those roads. So if you're looking for that detailed of analysis, I think we would struggle to bring that.
Yeah, and I figure, and I think that's often been the answer that's been given, and I think that's why, I'm not going to speak for him anymore, but why I have agreed often with Councillor Henderson about, I don't know if I can give you a good number if I don't have a clear understanding of because yes, we still need the road, but if the road now is extended by life by 10 years, there's a cost savings for the number of potholes that we're filling, the renewal cost that I don't have a clear line of sight of. And so by putting a cost recovery number without understanding the entirety of the costs of the service and on the infrastructure, that's where I struggle. And so I guess is there a way to try to find that information? Like, I mean, I guess that would be what I would really hope, because otherwise I'm worried you're going to come and say, here's our best recommendation. I'm going to find myself asking the same question. You're going to say, I don't have the answer. And then I'm going to say, I don't know if your cost recovery number is the right one or if we should have one at all until I understand that.
Well, so I think we can absolutely bring you what is the cost of the transit system.
Yep.
And we can bring you what is the cost of roads. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to answer your question about, well, what if one goes up 20%, what happens to the other? Because there's so many other factors in that. I want to be realistic.
Yeah.
We think it's realistic for you to establish a cost recovery target on the basis of understanding the service, the cost of the service, and then you have those conversations throughout all the components in the budget, whether there's user fees or whether you're tax levy subsidizing, but always understanding the cost of that service delivery is essential, whether it's for taxes or user fees.
Yeah, and so I guess maybe for me, I think it's good to make sure we fully understand it. I guess I'm at this point I'm speaking to something that's not on the floor. I would say that is going to be, I think, the eternal struggle that I face, and maybe no other member of council has a concern in that. I don't want to proclaim to speak for anyone else, but I would say that's always been my challenge, is that we know there's benefits to, but it's, I think Councillor McKetzel made the motion around free transit, and we know that it would cost $300 million for free transit. But if you suddenly saw, because of that, ridership increased by 40% and congestion on our roads dropped by 50%, there's a value to that, but it is hard to materialize. And I'm gonna rule myself out of time. So, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Well, I think hearing some common threads that I want to build on from the mayor's line of questioning and other colleagues, and I think where I'm struggling. So I think having clarity on the subsidy ratio is really critical. Like I don't have that off the top of my head when it comes to rec centers or attractions, and I think that knowledge is really important. I think where I'm struggling is using that ratio as a driver of decision making, and there's a few threads. So I think, well, yeah, so maybe one just from the report, and then I want to build on some questions that came out of what's been shared. So I just worry about a death spiral. So let's say we set a target for transit. We're below that target. So I think the presentation highlights we could increase prices or we could manage expenditures. So what I'm hearing is we increase transit fares or we reduce service. If we do those two things, how is that impacting the elasticity of demand? Do we get to a point where we are increasing prices, which drives down usership, which then drives down revenues further? It just seems like we end up in that.
Yeah, so Councillor, in setting the cost recovery target, we would not set a target that caused a requirement for the prices to be so high that they would push away users and reduce demand. So it's part of the design to get that balance between pricing and demand correct.
But then I don't know that I see that in the principles. I know there's general sort of affordability. Well, actually I don't know that affordability is the word that's used.
But then my question is, then aren't we then just setting fares the way we've always set fares? Which is balancing usership, you know, what people can pay.
So that's a component of a pricing discussion, like, and I think we
Yeah.
always have those pricing discussions. If we set this price too high, then it will drive people away from the service. It will be harmful to cost recovery. So I think there's a methodology and a philosophy, and then there is the application of how we go about that. And I think that the teams are thoughtful when they do that piece. But the reality is that you want to provide a service, and every cost here at the city is driven by the cost of a service. And so you're either going to recover that from tax levy, or you're going to recover it from the user of a service, because those are our two main tools. Unless we can drive, you know, higher dividends and different things out of our investments, which also go to capital, like, those are your choices. And we're just trying to have a methodology that has high-level principles around when we offer a service and the service is discretionary, we expect a user to pay for that discretionary component, and we're trying to price the general subsidy, but we're doing it on the basis of cost and an understanding of budget, not necessarily a what-if scenario that we can't necessarily test and prove.
Yeah, and I think then I'm still struggling with how that becomes operative in a meaningful way. So I hadn't understood prior to today that budget is going to be based on our current, correct? Like our cost recovery, we're just going to roll over what our current cost recovery is to the targets for budget, is what I think I heard.
I think, like, what I'm saying is if we're going to choose to recover the cost of the service, we wouldn't bring you on day one of the budget something that changed us from what is currently a 23% cost recovery service and make it a 40. We wouldn't do that. We would be thoughtful about what price do we need to establish to at least maintain, and then how would we adjust prices in the future if we wanted to make that ratio slightly higher. It's not my goal to shock users as part of a budgetary process.
No, for sure. So, but then, like, what is the rationale that drives that continuous ratcheting up?
Well, I think it would be like, so only if you chose, so you decide what level of, what your cost recovery is. And if the cost recovery is, say, 25%, then we design user fees and pricing to collect 25% of the cost of the service.
But again, I think what I'm hearing is that's done procedurally at an administrative level, not a strategic council decision.
On the establishment of the cost recovery. Yeah, like, we could look at that, and we would obviously take advice on that. If you want cost recovery stated in the policy, that is something that we can consider.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I just want to follow up to, because I think that what I am finding missing from the principles is just around strategic outcomes that we want to achieve and how pricing influences that, but I'll come back.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Didn't the zoo do a study last four-year budget that they looked at all their pricing and they found a sweet spot that they were going to use to increase their pricing? Does anybody else remember that, Mayor? So we set the attractions rates based on a third-party study that was like, this is the sweet spot that will both not deter guests, but also welcome guests.
Yeah, that's correct, Councilor. For many of our services, we do some market surveys. They are discretionary purchases, so we look at benchmark with other like attractions, other like facilities. There is a price sensitivity analysis. There is demand curves that we look at, and then try and price it in order to drive our volumes up, and maximize the revenues that we have.
I guess we have a user fees white paper that highlights many of these conversations. They're important, and I think we all recognize the trade-offs. Then we have specific branch policies that highlight a policy. I guess I'm still trying to figure out why this policy is necessary. Like, what's wrong with the status quo? A recommendation comes to budget, council makes a trade-off, Do you want higher property taxes or lower property taxes? And do you want higher user fees or lower user fees? And then we find the sweet spot, we set the 4-year budget, we have another 4-year budget, we set it again, we set it again. These are the tensions that will exist forever.
I am 100% agree
I-
that
am I
those
just
are the
misreading it?
tensions that would exist forever. I would say, though, in absence of a policy that required you to keep up, there are fees, like transit user fees, that haven't adjusted or have adjusted very little in years. It's fine if
Sorry, can I unpack that first bit you said? So
Sure.
a policy that requires you to keep up. So we have policies though. We aren't in a
We have
policy vacuum.
policies, but we don't require, our policies don't necessarily name a cost recovery.
So the,
right?
so the question is, do we want to establish a policy that mandates cost recovery for services in the city? Is that
That
correct?
considers, that for which cost recovery is a component of the methodology,
But I
those
belie-
principles.
But aren't they already a consideration? Because in rec centers, we pay A price for the A list and B price for the B list, right? It's cheaper to swim at one than the other.
That's a pricing decision
Yeah.
as opposed to a user fee decision. Yeah, so like I'm trying not to be confrontational, but in the absence of
We're
having
debating
a
ideas,
policy
not people.
that
I'm not a-
you've for instance not raised transit fares very much in years.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, you now have a very large, it's a significant pressure on the budget. And if you would like to solve that pressure by increasing the taxes, that's absolutely your purview as council, but your tax increase will be significant. But unless we have a policy that helps guide administration around, we want to collect a portion of it. This is the portion that we think is reasonable. Then user fees they become less of a what should we do and more like I don't want to touch it because people will get mad if I raise this fee or upset if I raise that fee.
How's that different than property taxes though? People get mad if we raise property taxes or these are all I guess I'm still coming back to, these are all the discussions we have every year for budget. I guess maybe it's the first principle.
I guess it helps me decide what goes in that attachment.
Okay.
In the attachment on user fees, if we have a policy as admin that we follow, that means that you're not surprised by user fee increases that we bring forward and that we can defend on the base of cost of the service and the fact that it's discretionary, then nobody's surprised by what comes forward. But otherwise, without a policy or any sort of indication, then if I bring forward user fees, it's the same question about taxes. Do I adjust it by inflation? What's your tax tolerance? What's your user fee tolerance? We do a lot of that work through pricing, but you still need to be guided by an ultimate decision on how much of this do you want to collect through a fee versus a tax.
But if we said, thank you for the work, we're going to not receive this as information, we would still have a budget based on the existing fees we have for different areas. The zoo would come forward, the attractions would come forward with a recommendation for an inflationary increase or not based on their metrics. The pool, the rec centers may come with one for fee increase for field rentals, yes or no, based on usage and other factors. I mean,
I think that's true. And I think that we would be reluctant to put things like transit user fees forward to you because in the past when we've brought them, they haven't been well received.
Why?
Thank you. That's your time. Councillor Chance. Councillor Wright is next.
Thank you. So my understanding is this overarching policy will just basically direct that a cost recovery basis be considered. Or will it specifically say that all fees need to be, or all services need to be a 40% cost recovery?
So one of the reasons why we thought of having it in the administrative policy is the overarching policy tells us we need to consider it. The admin policy determines how we consider it and lets us set it at different thresholds.
Depending on the branch or
Yes.
service. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So all we're doing here today is looking to approve just that overarching policy that we need to consider cost recovery.
I think even you just need to receive this for information and we'll continue the work.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So things like So then that will sort of direct all the departments to look at the cost recovery, whether it be snow dumping fees, whether it be waste services fees, like dropping off at the dump.
Yeah, waste, I would just flag that waste
I know the
is a
utility-
utility
yeah.
fee, but, you know,
Okay.
similar concept.
Okay. And then would each department or branch or whatever, like rather than saying that all of our fees have to have 40% cost recovery, could it be like on average? Like, so could you have, and I'm thinking leisure access pass. We've got right now the one threshold, income threshold. Could we have two separate thresholds that they get maybe a deeper discount for the lower income and then that mid-income gets some sort of discount?
Councilor, we do have that in leisure access. There's a sliding scale with 3 different tiers. So it goes from being free up to the third level. If you're up to 25% above LICO, then you pay $20 a month.
Okay, and that's in there right now? Okay, I thought
Yeah.
I was looking, okay. I didn't look at the right drop-down menu, I guess. Okay, and then, okay, I think really for now, I mean, besides just other, the user fee discussion, which I think I see in the items due list is June 29th, or the access pass stuff. Yeah, I think I just needed to clarify that. It's not that we're actually setting a cost recovery in the policy right now. We're just receiving for information that cost recovery will be included in that overarching policy.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, I think, is next on a first round.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. I guess, Ms. Potter, it's fair to say that we're kind of, in a sense, mimicking or kind of mimicking the rate filing with our utilities, with what we're proposing. Is that fair? Like, if I'm trying to do an analogy?
Yeah, I think in the setting of a user fee, like it's similar. You can definitely draw a connection. I would say the one difference is a utility is always full cost recovery.
Yeah.
And what this
Yeah,
policy
and this
is,
way-
decide what costs you want to recover, and then we figure out the pricing on what we recover.
Exactly, but it's the same principle, just what is up? Because if we don't increase or have some thresholds for user fees, and ultimately the cost of something increases and we either have to reduce services or increase taxes, which is what we've had to do. When we talk about something like our goal of economic development, if we're continuing to add tax to the non-res class, it's making us less competitive. I know that was a part of the discussion. So this is also a piece around how do the user fees support or hinder our council priorities. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, and like I said, there's other steps, there's other check-ins along the way, and ultimately council will get to set those percentages and then ultimately debate and grapple with it at budget, if I'm following the process correctly.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you. I think Councillor Parmar was next. The system's just resetting.
yes.
Let's just make sure. Hang on. There's nobody else on the first round. Okay. Councillor Parmar then on a second round.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think for me, having this type of policy is a fiscally responsible thing to have so that you can compare apples to apples as we go through the process. I think for me, would you say the same? Like, we do make decisions on user fees kind of in a similar form, but never apples to apples for what is the 100% recovery. Because I've had in some of when we had the SOBA come forward, I was asking these questions about what is the targeted subsidy and what is the common subsidy. So would you say that this policy would set it out so that that language was common to City Council for making that decision?
Yes, and it would apply a level of rigor as you develop and round out your service delivery.
Yeah, I think for me, this is like a really, fiscally responsible thing to have, knowing that the level of subsidy will show what's important to council on how much it wants to subsidize. And I think for me, it's not everything can be measured when it comes to public good. Because, in terms of when city council, and you think about, like public transit, nobody would build it if it was a business because it just doesn't make money. And so that would be measured in what we'd call public good, but it is hard to measure those things. Like you can't measure
I agree.
those.
It's difficult to measure and to put a price on the public good of something.
Right, and I think that's our responsibility to understand what we believe is the public good that we are delivering with being financially and fiscally responsible at the same time.
That's correct.
Okay, and then just to reiterate, because I've seen some comments come out, no one here is setting targets. What we are is just getting information about when these do come forward, understanding at what baseline we have set today with some of our user fees. Like when it comes, this will be X cost recovery, so that we as a council actually know in fully what we're subsidizing.
That's correct.
Okay, because I think that's the scary part in this conversation is, what if we decide it's 20% or 80%? We absolutely, at the discretion of council, can choose to subsidize many things at 100%. It's just trying to figure out the balance between being fiscally responsible on our tax tolerance, as well as making sure that we deliver the public good and the services, the quality services, as part of our priorities to Edmontonians.
Agree, and what we would hope is a framework like this would help you navigate some of those decisions.
Yeah, and I think it would be good for us to even be able to show that to Edmontonians about this is the actual cost of delivering the service, and this is how much we are subsidizing because we believe it is important. Okay, I just wanted to just confirm because there's been a lot, I wouldn't want us to think that this was we're going all down this path of everything has to be subsidized at 60%. We can choose to subsidize things at 100% and subsidize things at 10%. But understanding what are all of the income sources that are coming into that at one point. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll go next. Yeah, I feel like we're all passionately agreeing, and yet I'm still confused because I agree with everything that was just said and your responses to everything that was just said. So let me see if I can unconfuse myself. Later this year, we're going to get a proposed budget that currently assumes we're not changing user fees.
No.
No.
I
Okay.
think it would be disingenuous for me to say that as we're
That's
working
helpful.
through
Okay, that's
this.
great. So when would we know that? Would we only find that out?
I think you should expect changes in user fees.
I actually agree. When would we have, because we're having, we restructured this entire budget process to try to have some of these trade-off conversations earlier so that we're not reacting in this sort of November timeline. So is there a check-in point, maybe this is to the other reports, is there a check-in point where we get to have that trade-off conversation? Because I'm not adverse to a higher transit fee per se. I want to know what we'll get for that. I want to be able to do that. What I'm worried about is that our first time looking at that is when the budget gets released. Then I'm worried that we're going to be doing what we've done every other time, which is sort of scrambling. So that's maybe the piece I'm missing right now.
Yeah, and I guess I'm also, my concern would be if I bring you that without bringing you the whole suite of things, then you make a decision on transit fares before you see the rest of the budget. So there's a push and a pull here around what the right time to bring you that information and set that fee is. But we weren't intending to have you pre-approve the user fees. We are intending to bring you something reasonable in terms of user fees, but it wouldn't be no user fee increase.
Yeah, and so I guess, is that...
And remember, you're also, if I just take transit,
Yeah.
you have $20 million in structural budget variances
Exactly.
in transit.
Yeah.
So even with a user fee increase, you're probably still sitting at a structural budget
100%,
variance.
yeah, and we're going to have to
So-
subsidize that as part of the tax levy conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and so I think why I'm still confusing myself and or struggling is that I want to be able to have a sense before we hit budget deliberations, formal budget deliberate. You know, we're about to have a trade-off conversation, I think, at the end of this month on possible big moves. To me, adjusting user fees to address the structural budget variances is likely a big move, and one that I think council probably has to be willing to do. Understanding what that might look like and how that would impact the service if we didn't adjust fares, and what that would do to your tax levy and what that would do to the other things that we might want to fund within our priorities, is I think the part that I'm worried about. I'm worried I'm going to be left scrambling. You're going to come out with a, I'm picking a magic number. We're going to have $1 increase for the standard fare. But I'm worried if that's the first time I hear about it in November without being able to fully understand that the process leading up along with the other big moves, that's where I'm just confused a little bit. So is there?
Yeah, I think we can bring some of this to the conversation on big moves. I think I would fairly quickly be able to tell you what the pressures in transit are, and what no user fee increases would look like. I think, and I'm not sure if there's anyone from Transit online, but Transit is still working through what are the possible scenarios for user fee increases. So it's not information that I have at my fingertips, and we're probably not going to have a better picture of that until the summer.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that's maybe, if there is an opportunity at the summer even to talk about that leading up to that, that still gives us a bit of a buffer. Because I want to understand that. I'd want to understand, my initial reaction is I think I would probably accept user fee increases in many areas, maybe new user fees. I know Councillor Jan's had a motion around how we deal with parking and all of those things, especially if it means I can retain the affordability piece of the programs like the Leisure Access Program and Ride Transit. But again, there's some nuance to that even. Maybe we have to be willing to budge there to not have as large of an increase. So if there's a chance in the summer to have that conversation, maybe that alleviates my sort of uncertainty right now.
Okay, and maybe one other final comment is if we had a corporate policy and a methodology that we consistently followed, I could answer that question today.
Okay, I might come back, but I'm out of time. Councillor Salvador is next.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that I'm crystal clear because just again on the setting of targets. So I think the answer to my question is that happens procedurally through administration. Council would not influence targets as currently proposed.
I think it would be, you always influence. And so if you had views on that and you shared those views with us through reports that we brought forward, that would inform what made it into the procedures.
So so maybe we'll use transit as an example of that. So if an administrative target, admin sets a target, that happens procedurally. If we have concerns about that target, I'm not seeing where that dialogue happens and where that would be discussed if it's not embedded in the policy itself.
Yeah, so I think when we get to results-based budgeting, this is these are the other things, when we fold all these pieces together, you start to get a better holistic picture. So as we move forward with results-based budgeting, you'll be able to get information on transit. Is it functioning and meeting the targets in the way that you think it is, or in the way that we're desiring it to meet? Then similar to what we brought, if I think in the fall when we brought you the information on disabled transit, on the DAT service, we could tell you that it wasn't meeting the service standard, and so would you like to add budget to that in order to maintain the service standard? The fee conversation will always be part of the budget conversation. So if you're seeing us increase the cost recovery ratio to something that you think is unpalatable, the time to have those conversations is through the budgetary process. and through supplemental budgets, like, whoa, I think 25% is too high for cost recovery, and then we would do some work on that.
Okay, and but we'd only have line of sight to that during the actual budget process.
Those are the times that you would make your decisions, and generally, so.
Yeah, I mean, I
think the tension is you wanna have a say in this, and we absolutely understand that. The issue that we have is if you just make the decisions in the policy, like, we always need to work together to get to the right solution. And if we embed a thing in a policy that better belongs in an administrative procedure, it can sometimes hinder our ability to do the work that we need to do.
Yeah, and I think the tension I'm also feeling comes back to some of the previous lines of question around like the cost recovery philosophy, but also trying to embed like social utility and social value and alignment with strategic goals, and like council recognizing how challenging it is to quantify that, being able to share that perspective and sort of bring that forward in the setting of those targets, I think would be really important. And maybe just to turn that into a bit of a question, like we see a cost recovery philosophy or foundation in front of us. Were there blended philosophies that were considered? Like if we really take a step back, are there other philosophies out there around like demand management or, again, social utility models that can be the foundation of these kinds of policies?
So, yeah, Councillor, all of those aspects that you mentioned are included in the decision-making process. So, in terms of trying to, find the balance between taxes and user fees, which is part art, part science, part of the social utility and the social benefit derived by the service is included in administration's thinking on where a reasonable target should fall. In terms of the demand management, that's also considered by, the organization and by the departments in terms of where we set the original cost recovery target, because it needs to be feasible and affordable, and it needs to work in the sense of not pushing away demand from the service. So all of that is considered in terms of pricing and in terms of budgeting to design a system that is trying to weigh all of these different factors at the same time.
Yeah, and I'll have to come back. I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I feel like I had an earlier line of questioning about having that line of sight, and my understanding is there's a couple reports still to come, with the leisure access being a pretty critical checkpoint on the recreation side. It's slated for June 29th, as Councilor Wright pointed out, but I think there's a request to reschedule, right, Clerk? That we're looking at like a little bit later.
It'd be up to you to approve it, but I believe it's been requested, yes.
It's been requested for.
Councilor Tang, the leisure access report's back on September 25th.
Right.
We have a report on increasing or reducing the subsidies to minor sport groups that will come back in June.
So that one's in June. Oh, gotcha.
And I think we are also advocating we combine those reports on a similar time frame.
Okay, and then Stacy, you said that there's also some of this work going on behind the scenes around transit, and then none of the recommendations will come forward before those other two. So I had thought, June, September, we'll have the LAP discussion. After that, we'll have a bit of other discussion around, let's say, transit and where that cost recovery could be. And then we head into budget where you will incorporate all of that into the budget that you'll be recommending.
Yeah, sorry, when I was answering Councillor Salvador, I was thinking like the ongoing process of
Oh,
a
I
policy.
see. Okay.
There are reports where we can give you information this year. I'm just gonna as your CFO, one of the things I'm struggling with is you appear to want to make budgetary decisions well before the budget. And that's becoming increasingly challenging for our teams to be able to deal with. So if you make a decision, we're going to try and bring you information. We're going to try and not surprise you. We're going to try and make sure that we're informing you as you go along. But we also want you to make the right decisions at the right point in time. And I don't know that I want you to make the decision on user fees in advance of you seeing the whole budget.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think perhaps the trepidation you're sensing on this end is a bit perhaps being worried about that surprise. And receiving the budget and not meeting some of those expectations, and that's why wanting some of the checkpoints. But I kind of feel like you said that we would have those checkpoints. That's why, anyways, I wasn't gonna sign up to ask the second round.
Yeah, I think like we can take an opportunity at the various reports that come forward, whether it's like the upcoming reports in May, end of May and June on budget, to give you some status updates and help you understand what you can expect to see or what we're contemplating. But the reality of budget is like we're still evaluating all the things, so some of our decisions aren't going to be made until September.
Because I also heard the mayor ask earlier about, can we see something by summertime? But I don't even know if that will work with the timeline.
And maybe like it's helpful, I know Craig McEwen's online, like establishing user fees, like what we're talking about, a high level corporate policy where we have the thing, to Councillor Jan's earlier comment, like we do a lot of this work regularly. So if it's helpful, like Craig can walk you through the process of how they normally address user fees.
Yeah, I'm good. Perhaps somebody else could ask him that after. Just different thought. Can you just clarify for me, when you look at all the user fees that we have, would you also be looking at perhaps like what's the higher, what's the category that recovers the cost higher, and could some of that help to, quote unquote, subsidize the ones that doesn't have as a high of a cost recovery? Would that be one of the strategies you might leverage?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay.
But I'm just like, the problem I have with this question is, for most user fees, we're actually nowhere near covering the cost of the service.
And I'm not saying that they all need to be 100%, but some are higher than others, as you kind of shared earlier,
And
right?
so some of it is one group of fees covers the ability to be able to subsidize something at a deeper level elsewhere.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. No, I again also feel like we're talking about similar things, but there's still a lot of tension. So maybe a couple clarifications I'm looking for, and I think where I am sensing the greatest tension is whether the ratio is an input or an output. Because I think how I read the report and what I'm uncomfortable with is the ratio, we're going to be 30-70. That's our ratio. And then from there flows all the decisions we make around pricing and user fees, right? In my mind, if it's an output number where we say, hey, we've looked at people's ability to pay, we've looked at the elasticity of demand, we've looked at what behaviors we want to incentivize, we think that the right pricing is this, that means that we're projecting this much revenue, which means that the ratio is going to be this. I'm very comfortable with that and think that's like a deeply important process and knowledge to have.
So the tension I have with that is that type of mindset doesn't always force you to have a conversation about service and service levels and service delivery. We simply would just always be like, what is the price people can afford, or what is the price? Like, I think we need a starting point to keep us from growing services to the point where they're applying too much pressure potentially on the tax levy.
But I think what I've heard you say is that you wouldn't take more aggressive approaches than the logic of ability to pay, comparability with other fees. You know what I mean? Like because I think what we end up with is that ratio number, and that ratio number is really important, right? We can say, are we comfortable? Like if we're 80-20 on attractions, I'll confess that doesn't feel quite right to me. If we're 80-20 on transit, that feels actually great to me because there's all these other strategic reasons. So for me, that does prompt the conversation. That creates the space for the conversation, but it allows for me, the right order of operations in terms of how we make decisions.
So, Councillor, when we are doing our analysis to establish what the cost recovery target is, we're being informed by all of the other variables that you mentioned. So it's sort of a interrelationship or feedback process there, where it's not just that the cost recovery target is developed in isolation and then everything else is downstream from that. Like we are trying to do our good work so that we understand the implications before the target is set. So there's sort of a back and forth there.
Yeah, so then again, I'm not seeing how this is a radical departure from our current policies that we do have policies for setting fares, right? We have, like, this is just.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not sure this is a radical departure, nor was it intended to be a radical departure, but it's intended to apply a methodology and some discipline to the establishment of user fees. And so let me just, like, in this scenario where you used to recover a service 50% and now you recover it 25%, did you get there by accident, or did you get there by thoughtful and purposeful methodology? And that's what we want, thoughtful and purposeful methodology, so that we don't end up with a service that is taking a lot of tax dollars, but actually not meeting your needs.
Absolutely. And so I think that is brilliant and that is important. I don't think that that is setting a target and then requiring service cuts or fare increases to achieve it. Like, is
I don't, I think we would establish a cost recovery target and then we would track it. And then through results-based budgeting, you would be able to tell us, I don't think that's not getting us the outcomes that we need. And then you provide the guidance on but that is still very different than no target at all and just let the services operate as they may, and what sometimes feels like a pay what we will sort of approach.
And I think so, I mean, I think this is really, really helpful to move away from this language of sort of having a target and then having to make changes to hit that target. Because I think what I'm hearing is that commitment to, again, sort of a bottom-up, holistic approach to setting prices, but then really clearly communicating the implications of that.
Thank you. On a first round, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Didn't expect to be so quick, and I also didn't expect to tune in. I was just watching on YouTube, but this conversation is too spicy to avoid. So I guess I'm listening to this, and it all makes sense. And what I'm hearing folks grappling with, and I could be wrong, but this is my perspective, and I'll get your feedback on it, Ms. Padbury, is that council recognizes that there are adjustments that need to be made. But also there is some trepidation about moving forward without a clear conception of what that looks like, and the fear of not being able to direct that in a way that what returns is something that council can actually approve or not approve or adjust, that is not so far off that it just turns into an enormous amount of gridlock and work. Does that sound like that's pretty much what's happening?
Yeah, I think so. Like, there's a kind of a pull in attention. Like, we want to bring you some information to test things like these principles, but we don't want to get such specific direction that we can't do the work. We don't want to surprise you at budget, but we can't bring you a fully baked user fee analysis until we do the budget.
Yeah, and so so you're saying this is a budget conversation. Council's saying, well, maybe this is a conversation about like our entire strategy about how we approach these issues. And so where do we find the right direction there? Because a budget decision, but also a strategy approach is a long-term and overarching thing.
I think the corporate user fee policy would get at the strategy components. Like, these principles help us understand the outcomes that you're trying to achieve, establishing a general subsidy at an appropriate level, and understand your parameters for where we want to offer targeted subsidies in that are deeper than the general subsidy, all while considering the cost implications. That's what we're
Right.
trying to build, a process that gets us a methodology to be able to work in a consistent manner.
Yeah, and I agree with that concept. I think that the trepidation here is what tools and what perspectives, what science and what best practices are going to be used to get us to that conversation. What comes back, how do we know what informs that? And does council actually agree with what is going to inform that? That was the question.
I guess like I'm not sure. I'm not sure that was a statement or a question. Like I'm not sure how to answer it as a question.
Okay, so yeah, but do you understand that trepidation that like it's okay, this all sounds great, but and this is the question, what social science is being used here to inform this? What actual like market considerations and what overall financial best practices, all those three things coming together, what does that look like? And then what methodologies are we using?
So I think our intent here today was show you the principles that we were using to inform the analysis around general subsidy, targeted subsidy. I think pricing becomes a methodology that the business area employs because they have all of the information to deal with pricing. What price do I set at what facility, at what time? So there is a methodology there. I just don't think that we would propose that methodology as part of the process. At the council level, we want to understand the principles in which you, like how much of the service do you believe is public benefit, and on what basis do you want to establish targeted subsidies, and how much cost recovery is reasonable for a discretionary service.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. How does parking fit into this?
Still in development, Councillor Jans. So concurrently, there is the curbside and parking management refresh. So there's a lot of work going on there. So until that work is completed, we won't really have a perfect idea of how these two different bodies of work interrelate.
But we're collecting parking like right now. Parking's not a new thing. We have parking meters. We have a program.
Yeah, that's correct.
So how does this affect parking pricing?
So I'm gonna maybe ask Craig McEwen to just walk through some of the upcoming parking discussions so we haven't.
Maybe in the interest of time, so when we decide whatever that is, that will then inform this policy?
Yeah, so like one of the things that we struggle with is parking a user fee. It's parking sometimes a user fee, sometimes it's a tool to manage how many cars are where, and so it's both. And so the parking team is currently working on parking, and from there we will identify what components of that actually need to nest into a user fee policy, or is that a wider conversation?
Right. How about cemeteries? How about like the cost of a plot? Do we have a policy around that? Is it cost recovery? Is it profitability? Is it?
We don't have a policy, council, but we certainly have practices where our two cemeteries where we have inventory to sell are at least 100% cost recovery. They're about 115%. Some of the older cemeteries where there are no plots to sell and we're just maintaining the land, they're lower. So overall, it's about 88% cost recovery in cemeteries. But the ones that are actively selling are above 100%.
Yeah. I feel like we're having kind of like Mayor Knack said, we're all passionately agreeing together. But I guess maybe what I feel is I'm yet to hear something that's insufficient in the current policy framework, and I've yet to hear something that isn't insufficient in us setting the budget and making these decisions and considering elasticity and everything else that we do. And it almost feels like we need to, as a table, set, this is our, like, I'll just pick on transit, this is our position on transit, that transit is actually not supposed to be cost recovery. It's supposed to be a tool towards mode shift in city plan. It's supposed to be a service, and that we may need to be paying transit users more and offsetting it more in order to reduce traffic and increase our economic competitiveness, or whatever the rationale being. I feel like if we have the conversation about what our expectations are, that DATS is a critical service, like it came forward unfunded, we made it funded. I think if we kind of as a table set some first principles ourselves and say, this is our expectation. Attractions, go forth and make revenue. Parks should be free, but we'll have a conversation about parking or services or rentals of fire pits, right? And then from there it can go, because I think what I'm hearing is this constant tension. Like Ms. Padbury said, when we bring up parking, or when they bring up parking, we quote, I believe it was, we reacted poorly to it, I think was the quote. So how do we do that, Mr. Mayor? Is that we need to refer this back and then make a subsequent motion about setting a policy?
I would say I've heard from administration that we will get to look at this at an appropriate time, and that if we feel that there has been a missing of the mark in the policy conversation, in the development of that piece, that is when we would do that. Because I don't know what we would refer back right now. I think administration has heard plenty of feedback from this table and will ideally use that to inform their next steps. But I don't think from a governance standpoint there's anything to refer.
Well, maybe a committee member could make a subsequent motion saying, remove transit from this, that transit is a service, not a cost recovery item.
But there.
So I would not know what to do with that, just to be clear.
Adhere to the current transit policy and follow that.
That could be, but.
I'm not on committee, so I can't make it, but maybe somebody else would.
That could be an option if somebody chose to, but we'll see what happens based off questions.
Because we already have a policy, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah, I guess what I'm missing here, as well as the overlay of how do some of council declared a climate emergency, we have a carbon budget, we have goals there, we also have city plan mode shift goals. I guess I'm out of time, sorry.
Yep, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can do it here for myself. So, and I pick on transit because it's the easy one that I can think of. I view transit, and my ultimate goal of transit is to have more people using that service. That is the ultimate goal I hope to achieve as directed by city plan. Based off, I think, what I heard in the answers to Councillor Stevenson question, and you can tell me if I'm misunderstood. You take into account, for transit in particular, we're just going to use that one, you're going to take into account the desire to see growth in ridership, the ability to retain, maintain the fleet, the, infrastructure that it costs to retain, and you're also going to have one additional input more directly around cost recovery that we've sort of had, but not as formally as you're hoping to include.
That's correct.
Yeah. What that means to me, though, is that if you say in an ideal world we're going to target, and we probably need to have one for buses versus LRT because we know the cost recovery is different. We shouldn't have one for transit because that would not be right. When we used to recover 40%, we knew that I think it was 20% to 25% was bus and 50 to 60% was LRT. So you're going to ideally have to break out even that level of nuance on some of this, like we do with the rec centers where we have an A, B, C, because the type of transit we run, similar to the type of rec center we run, have different variables.
That's fair, but unless I'm gonna charge someone different to get on a train than we charge them to get on the bus, I think we have to look at the system as a whole. Mm-hmm. Cost recovery for the system as a whole, and there's no doubt in my mind that when you add things like LRT, you add a new leg of the LRT, you are probably going to have to reconsider whether your cost recovery ratio can be maintained or needs to be lower. And we would absolutely have conversations about
Yeah.
that.
If I can just add quickly, Mayor Knack, it's Carrie from ETS. The revenue is all integrated. We can't have different price points for different modes.
Sorry.
And the expenditure is a conventional transit kind of program area, combining because of the multimodal trips that people make.
Absolutely,
It's all
yeah.
one expenditure.
Yeah, just, I'm sort of focusing on the principle here versus a specific, I'm just using this as the example. So, as part of this four-year budget, you're going to come forward with a series of, you've got these principles, you've heard this feedback. You're going to come up with what you think might be an ideal cost recovery. I think the biggest tension point that maybe I'm still struggling with, because even though I've asked the question, I'm sure, I don't know if how, in all of the variables that we have, is cost recovery now going to become the primary metric used to help determine the user fee? Or will we use city plan, will we use these other social goods as the primary or equal indicators? Because I think my worry is that suddenly cost recovery will become the indicator and everything else will become secondary. And I want to be very clear that I would not want to see a policy that has cost recovery as the primary indicator. And if you need direction of that, that's where I would see the need for a motion. If that is already understood, then I'm comfortable with saying go forth and continue.
It's not the only indicator. It's
Or the
one-
primary indicator even.
or the primary
Okay.
indicator. But without it, then it becomes very hard for us to be able to have conversations around tax levy versus user fee, affordability, how much goes on taxes, and I think I heard Mr. Robar was ready to chime in, so I'll
Yeah,
stop.
it helps you point at a conversation that has to happen, but it doesn't mean that, like, transit's a great example, because at the end of the day, when you price point transit or look at transit fare increases, it is a very formulaic piece of work. You have to look at how much you can raise a fare by versus how much people you drive away, what's your modus operandi, the ridership is always the key in transit, so you can't raise it so much that you deflect too many people from the service itself. So that is the primary focus on transit fare increases is to maintain ridership and not push people away from the
Or
service.
for me, grow ridership. And I want to make sure, like, as long as we can have that conversation, because that's my primary indicator. City plan says we need to grow. I want to grow ridership. What are now all of those variables? I'm out of time. Sorry. Okay, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, just to continue on that, because I'm appreciating the clarity that we're getting through this, that it's not just cost recovery as that primary driver. But I guess that the challenge I'm seeing is, like, I'm not necessarily seeing that reflected in the draft in front of us. Like, I'm hearing it. So how do we get to a point where we're seeing that really embedded and reflected in the draft policy that's in front of us?
I feel like some of that was in the principle. I think there was the six principles in the approach there. Like there's no sense for us to say we'll come in and recommend staying at 20% when that means you're raising the fare $4. It doesn't compute. Like you will drive so many people away, it's off the chart. So we have to rationalize each of those steps, like taking those principles into account to understand what the inflection points are for each of those decisions that we make, because you can't drive it so hard to a cost recovery target that's going to decimate the service.
Right, but I'm not, like, that's what I'm not seeing, I guess.
So I think, like, one of the things that I can take away, and when I come back to you next time, is show you the points at which, okay, so this is what's in the policy, this is what's in the procedure, and here are the points of influence, be it your quarterly financial updates, the targets and metrics and all the things that we're working on that are, like, you've set your indicators, but we're still working through the business plans and all that kind of stuff. Show you the points at which your input would come into the policy decision-making. But without, like, I just want to be clear, without a target, there is, and this is what ties to results-based budgeting too, without some sort of decision around what's a reasonable amount to collect from a service, you can have unconstrained growth that quickly gets completely unaffordable. And you need that tension to be able to understand that if you're going to grow your service, you're growing it in response to increasing ridership.
Right, and agree that it's like important as one of multiple variables and inputs. So I guess, is there, I'm just feeling that tension between, would it be valuable to provide that direction so that that's sort of crystal clear on a go-forward basis, so that the things that we're talking about are really captured and embedded in that work?
And the direction, like you just, I guess like maybe now I'm unclear on what direction you're intending to provide that we haven't already covered.
I mean, I guess it would be providing that clarity that cost recovery is one of many, but it's not that primary driver or sort of primary.
I don't think you have to provide that, because we think that's what the report says. We're going to consider all of these things. I think if you were opposed to us considering it all, then I would need to understand that. But right now, these principles are meant to work holistically, not cost recovery at all cost with no consideration for everything else.
Okay, I'll think about that. Thank you.
I guess I need to acknowledge you. I'm still chairing a meeting. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
So I do not see what you are saying in the report. I don't think the report mentions ability to pay. I don't think the report mentions, market consideration. Right? Like, it's financial sustainability, cost recovery, equity and inclusion, beneficiary pays, equitable cost allocation. I'm not seeing quality service linked to strategic priorities. That is not reflected in this report, and I think that's where the tension is.
So, and maybe I just need to do a better job of explaining that. Those principles help us establish a user fee. All the things you're talking about are things that come into play, I think, in the general subsidy.
But I think so. This is something I think it keeps coming up. Do you see user fees as being separate from pricing?
Yes, I do. In certain components, yes.
How?
And so I think there's the cost to deliver a service, and there is a general subsidy. So we take off the general subsidy, that's meant to be like everyone benefits, so, we're all going to contribute. Then you have a user fee, and from there we would look at the user fee, and this is where we would say, okay, so the beneficiary pays, what we're saying is, if you use the service, you should pay something for it because it's discretionary. That's what we're saying. But if we're talking about demand management, there's nothing in here that if Roger wants to offer a lower price point for off-peak demand, that's a pricing decision that he is well within his ability to make in connection with a user fee policy.
But if a user fee policy says that Roger has to recoup 60% of his operating costs, how does that not drive the prices that he has to charge?
So it's like a riverbanks in the pricing that he has to charge, but then he's given wide leeway to establish prices, and maybe I'll just let him answer that.
As we talk. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right. Earlier, we talked about different services, different types of facilities have different cost recovery targets. So we'd have the ability within the portfolio to set those rates, to set rates that would drive volumes, to increase participation, ultimately drive revenues.
But what if the revenue target that you were set meant you had to increase everything across the board?
Yeah, I think Stacey's described it. I think that process of setting the target every 4 years, every year, whatever it may be, based on our realities. The current targets aren't much different than where we are now.
And so this is the thing. So then I'm just going back to, if they're just based on what we're doing anyway, then they are an output, not an input.
So So I would never bring you a budget. Like, I wouldn't just show up in the fall and land you something that said, hey, on transit, you're only recovering 23%. I think you should recover 40, because actually you have somewhere written a stated policy of 40% recovery. That's actually a thing that exists today.
Yeah.
We wouldn't say that, but we want to have a conversation around what's a reasonable amount to recover from the user? Who should pay for a service? And how much should a taxpayer pay, and how much should an individual user of that system pay?
Yeah.
And if we decide that users should pay about 30%, then we can take that away and have pricing conversations about that. And we can monitor those ratios over time to say, oh, well, we need to adjust because we've added a leg of the LRT, and actually the cost recovery ratios aren't achievable without us hitting those. But it provides more rigor than a bottom-up approach. What can we afford is different than what is the cost of the service that we want to deliver, and how will we recover that cost?
And I don't think I agree with that fundamentally, right? And I think particularly for transit, because we say it's discretionary, but if people are not using transit, then they're using our roads, and that has significantly higher costs to us as a city.
And I don't have tools to charge a user fee on roads.
Right? So
Yeah, but there are other tools in society that do capture that, right? Like you pay a gas tax.
But
It doesn't
we
come
don't
to
get
us,
it.
no,
You're
but
out of time.
the old funding from the federal government used to transfer us components of gas tax.
Thank you. I think Councillor Wright is just on their second round, so we'll go to Councillor Wright first.
Thank you. Okay, so if the Brancher Department then, I'm gonna use recreation fees. So we might increase our fees, and I for today's thing, I looked at a private gym down the street from one of our rec centers to look to see what their user fees were for an annual pass, and it ranged from about $1,100 to $1,500. So we could look at, and still stay competitive, we could look at increasing, but then not, because our pass, I think, is about $800. So, I mean, we could increase somewhat. Not everybody would pay that higher fee. We could still discount some. So if we had 100 people going, and let's say we wanted a 50% cost recovery, we could maybe make 50 of those people pay the full $100, and then the other 50 would then pay 25% of that $100, which would average out to 50.
Yes, nothing in cost recovery ratio says that everyone has to pay 30%.
Thank you.
It's a guideline, and then the business area can take it away and say, how could I structure my pricing to still get my ridership or usage or maximize usage and collect these 30% from the users of the service.
Okay, thank you. I think, does that clarify? No?
It does for
Okay.
you, that's good.
Well, no, okay, I was just trying to find another way to present it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar would be next, because you'd be on a third round.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the things that is like we're trying to pre-debate certain user fees, and that's actually not what's in front of us today. What's in front of us today is a formula so that we can actually have the real debates of user fees. Is that correct?
Yeah, what's in front of you is our thoughts on the principles that we'll use to establish user fees.
And I think, when we're making decisions, there are multiple policies that we have to think of. The user fee policy, the city plan, understanding how we're doing mode shift. There are many policies that we have to take into account when we're making our council decisions on budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I think that's to me is like, and I think what I'm hearing today is like a really big passion on transit. I don't think anybody on this council, like when we look at our priorities, quality services, we've talked about how transit is one of our priorities. So I think you hear it in this conversation today of how important transit still continues to be, and trying to understand what the output is that we want to have, which is more people riding on the, more people riding on the bus. And so this is one policy tool that comes into trying to figure out how do we get to the outcome that we're trying to get to. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And I think one of the things that, when I think about the SOBA that came forward when I was looking at the user fees, and it's funny because we didn't talk about the user fees, even though we approved it without even talking about any of the user fees as they all increased, many of them increased. I was frustrated because I didn't have a formula of what like I was just like, oh, this is just, it's, somebody did a formula, compared costs, this is what we decided, and this is what the user fee that was in front of me. And I almost felt a little frustrated that I didn't have a formula of understanding what the targeted subsidy, what the general subsidy was. And this will actually have that as we're coming forward as a, as a piece of information to make that decision. Is that correct?
Yeah, for us, this becomes then a methodology on which we build, and that we can justify to you the price increases that we're bringing, or bring to you the points where we say a price, we don't think that for example, your cost of service is getting higher than the prices can afford, than the prices or the user fees can tolerate, and then we have to have a conversation about, do we do less of that service, or do we fund more of it with tax levy? And they're all interrelated.
Right, and I think it's interesting because like we're talking about all of these things that we're very passionate about, transit, well, maybe not cemeteries, but things like that. But I think this actually like gives a different lens to when we look at golf courses, and to understand if those fees are what types of subsidies are we giving, are taxpayers giving, or the vice versa. So it's trying to like, once again, compare apples to apples when we're looking at fees.
Yes, like that gets into a little bit more granularity than the principles we're talking about here today. Yeah.
Okay, because what I don't want to do is pre-debate certain fees, just the overall policy that this is bringing us will bring us a piece of information along with all of our other policies that we have in front of us, including city plan, in order to make budgetary decisions. Okay, and I won't speak to it. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. How does fines or penalties work into this? Like, I'm thinking we had that schedule of different pieces.
They don't. The user fee is just about, we provide a service and you pay a cost in order to partake in that service. Fines are an entirely different structure, and they're generally around changing behaviors, not cost of recovery.
Not to dwell on parking again. I know there's a report coming, but I recall at the last time we set the budget, Harm was here, and I asked, does administration have the authority to go and set fees, like parking charges? And the answer was yes. And I'm wondering about this line of how much is delegated to administration just to go and do. Like if administration wants to just start, say we open 10 new campsites, can administration just start charging for those 10 campsites, or for because I think there should be a reasonable level of delegation. Like,
yeah, I think for the most,
like, do we need council direction to tell you to develop a parking strategy, or are you going to come forth and say, we're doing a parking strategy, here it is?
I think Craig's doing a parking strategy, and I'll let him tell you when it's coming. But for the most part, we do have, as administration, leeway to go and charge fees and increase prices. All we're doing here is trying to make sure that there's a methodology and some riverbanks to what we're doing. But we have that leeway, and there are some exceptions. There are some fees in this corporation that are done, like user fees that are captured in bylaws.
Okay, are we looking at we use the transit fares, pay for a portion of transit, and we're expanding service. Are we looking at parking as a way of capturing road usage?
Well, I think it's interesting, that is one way to look at parking, right? As it's one place we can get a fee for the usage of a road, even if it's like a little space on that road. But there's components to parking that are user fee, and then there are other wider applications that you might want to encourage through parking. So I think that's why we were focusing on parking separate, and then we'll figure out at the end of it, we'll come together and figure out, do we need to nest parking under a user fee, or is parking its own standalone thing?
Well, I look forward to the conversation. Because in my mind, we also will probably need to say, if we're saying transit has a target of 20% cost recovery, parking, does it also need a target of 20% cost recovery? And if so, is that 20% of that 3 square meters of asphalt, or is it of the Terwilliger Drive as well, or how do we set that? If I'm a transit user riding the 723 bus in White Ave area, West End opening is immaterial to my trip. Even though the system is better because there's a West End LRT, I'm not sure really that my experience is any different as a transit user. Maybe there's less traffic on the way, but
I think on the parking one, we're in really good shape to handle a lot of these questions. It's June 9th is the date. It's going to Urban Planning Committee. It's really like a holistic look at the entire curbside parking program. There's a data, we're working on finalizing the report and the presentation now, but we've really got a data-driven approach, paid parking options, going to be looking at overhauling the user, the payments plan, the technology. So there's going to be a pretty comprehensive discussion on that topic June 9th, if we're good to hold it till then.
Yeah. I think I'll defer to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm not going to say I'll only do one more round. I'll just try to ask questions. Okay. And I'm going to pick on transit not because I agree. I'm agreeing with Councillor Palmer. I'm not looking to pre-debate the fees. That's not important to me. What I'm trying to determine is if the principles that you have listed in that report encompass the things that council is interested in, and if not, we want to make sure we give you that direction so that there's no confusion, right? That's the goal. And I think that's where a lot of my questions are coming from, is that if I feel like they have been captured in your 5 principles, awesome. If I feel like something's missing, then I want to make sure we've given direction so that you're not caught off guard in November saying, here we go, and be like, well, what about this? So that's the sort of framing of this. So let's use I'm going to use transit again as the example, because you're right. There has been I don't know if it's been a policy. There's been something that actually has been in writing that has identified a 40% cost recovery for as long as I can remember, correct? I don't know if it's a policy or if it's something somewhere.
I'll let Ms. McDonald answer, or Mr. McEwen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Gary
just
did a
gonna
lot of background on this. She'll be more versed. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Mayor Knack, this was back in 2019. It was out of the transit strategy at the time, work we led. And the council at the time, we presented this in a ridership levers report and landed on reflecting the actual pre-pandemic kind of fare revenue performance. And it also was requested by the auditor at the time to be more direct with council.
That's right.
And getting that feedback about what was the right range. And then it went into the fare policy. We've had that fare policy since probably the 1980s.
Yeah.
So it was the updates we did to that.
So with that in mind, let's fast forward to November. You have these principles that have been identified for council right now. In Transit's case, we've actually had something written in policy. What looks different, knowing that we previously had that in, or we've had that in Transit? You've been creating budgets. We've had that policy, versus now the principles that you've identified. What would I? That's what I think I want to make sure I've understood. What does this budget conversation look like differently? Because we're going to set whatever number, 40, 30, 25. I don't care what the number is, but what's going to be different between those two scenarios now?
So we would repeal the specific policies in recreation and in transit, and we'd have a higher level policy, then we'd have admin policies that are more specific. If I take transit, like I think what we would also be looking for is, you've had 40% as a target, but nowhere in the policy did it require you to actually try and run your service in that ratio. Like, for whatever reason, we've had 40% as a target, and we're here today at 23%. And if we don't talk about what portion of costs we're going to recover from users or taxpayers, you can quickly get to an unsustainable service. And so I think what that will do is, you would have a high-level policy that has these principles, says you should set a cost recovery, and in the administrative procedure, we would take actions to make sure that we're setting prices aligned with those cost recovery ratios, or we'd be bringing back and having discussions with you where we thought that those meant there were unsustainable user fees or an unsustainable service cost.
And so that's how you view that as the difference, okay?
Yeah.
And something like, okay, and okay. I think I'm just gonna, maybe I'll think of something else here. Hang on, I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I'm going to step back and ask some clarifying questions. With the slide that shows the fiscal gaps, so going to 63% property tax, 37 non-tax revenue, I think when we previously talked about this, I'd requested the breakdown, like basically that graph, but looking at it from the revenue, fee revenue versus other non-tax revenue. Because I'm still finding it hard to untangle this fiscal gap. Has that been driven by solely user fees or other things like photo radar, for example, OSCAM permits? Like, I'm just struggling to understand what's been the biggest driving force there.
Yeah, so user fees would be one of them, for sure. Things like photo radar. I think the last time we heard you asked for that, we're still like working through what would this graph look like. How do we? I think I have to bring you a stacked bar graph.
Yeah.
Is what I would have to bring you so that you can see what the changes are by line item.
Okay, but that work is underway? Yeah. Okay, and then that growth index on the following slide, apologies for my ignorance here. So is it telling us that ETS revenues are 82% of what they were in 2016?
That's correct.
So if we were getting $100, like in absolute dollars, in 2016, we're now collecting 82.
That's correct.
Okay. And that is cumulative or like by year?
By year.
Okay.
So, sorry, it's the change it's the reduction in revenues, in total revenues, from 2016 to 2025. So if in 2016 we were collecting $100, in 2025 we're collecting $82.
Okay, and that's total revenue. That's I assume that's inflation adjusted. Like it's all in the same. It's all in $2026 or $2025.
No, these are all not inflation adjusted. So it's the percent change from one point to the other point.
It's worse if you consider inflation.
Yeah. Okay. And I think this just goes back to this question of the fares versus the prices, because pricing has increased, right? Like we have increased fares in the past 10 years.
But you've also decreased fares in some places too, like the ARC card, $2.75, and even now that the $3, I believe, is potentially a price decrease compared to other years in this window, and I would look to Ms. Houghton McDonald to confirm that.
Yeah, so that was a decision of council to have a difference between cash fare and the ARC single trip fare. But overall, the adult monthly price has gone up over the 10 years. We had a more, I'll say, aggressive price scenario that council didn't support. But generally speaking, there's been a few staggered kind of increases over the years, but not to the extent that administration recommended.
And now this, the other thing that I would say is probably contributing to this is you have pay-as-you-go fares, so you tap until you hit the cap, whereas before that wasn't an option.
Well, you'd have the monthly pass, right?
Yeah, so you have the monthly pass, but now you can tap until you hit the monthly pass, so you get the benefit of, I would say like the city absorbs your risk then if you don't actually ride enough to earn the monthly pass.
Great. And then is there an ability, because again, I think what I worry gets lost in this, like, can we show the subsidy level on every service? Like, I think I continue to struggle with, just because we have a tool to recoup revenue from one service, that we then have higher expectations that it is paying for itself.
So you'd want to show the subsidy, like, we showed that, like, honestly, in the budget, we show you revenues in a service line, expenses, and net operating requirement. The net operating requirement is the subsidy.
Yeah, and I think that actually having that for everything helps contextualize some of the conversations.
And that
too.
is your
Thanks.
time. We are at 3:27. Councillor Paquette, do you need a full 5, or do you think you can be done in 3?
I think I can be done in 3.
Then I will cut you off at 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, so Stacey, like Ms. Power, I'm hearing a lot of talk about, like, you know, how does this fit with this and that and the other, and those are awesome questions. I'm glad we're having a conversation. So I think about the city plan, how that simplified a lot of discussions and saved a lot of time. How could we use this corporate user fee policy conversations, the launchpad, to build an overarching city fiscal plan that matches the scale and vision of the city plan, so that we can put all of this in context? And that way these conversations aren't, oh, what about this and what about that? And that it all becomes one larger conversation that then councillors can look at and Edmontonians can look at and say, okay, that makes sense. Now I get it.
Yeah, so let me just start with, like, appreciation. Like, we'd want a wider long-term fiscal plan, and that is something that we're absolutely thinking about and working our way through, along with, like, the fiscal sustainability framework that we brought you. But this, like, nestles into the framework really to try and understand, for every service that you're providing, do you understand the cost of that service and how it's paid for, and how that, and where we'll recover? So that then nests into the fiscal policy for revenue generation, which really forces us to look at everywhere we provide a service, who pays for that service, in what amount, and at what cost. Is it tax levy? Is it a user of a system? Is it a developer who's building a permit? So we look at it holistically. You need rigor and discipline in order for us to be able to maintain financial sustainability for the long term. So if you're looking for a fiscally sustainable city with reasonable tax increases, we need to monitor these things and have policies that force us to check in with you when services are either getting unsustainable or we can't maintain them without significant tax levy increases. And we gotta jump through all of those hurdles before we can be, and now I'm just channeling what I've heard you say before we can be a city that actually operates at a level where we're also creating things for the future.
Yes. Okay, perfect. And I think for that rigor and discipline, we do require a larger framework. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll probably, I can't make a motion today, obviously, so I'll work on something and make it a next opportunity.
Thank
Okay,
you very much. Those are, that's Councilor Paquette. We are going to take our break. We'll come back at 3:45. We're close to done, but I think Councillor Salvador is just going to do a quick check over the break to see if we need to help make sure that the principals are where they need to be or if we're good with where they're at. Thank you. We'll break until 3:45.
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Thank you, perfect. Councillor Salvador, Councillor Parmar are here. Councillor Tang will be here right away. Councillor Parmar, do you want to try to ask the question to see if you can solve all of our problems?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we mentioned before, I think we are all agreeing passionately about what is on the table right now. I think the concern that I'm hearing is that the worry is that administration will set a cost recovery percentage that council will have a hard time moving. And so this is what I was thinking when we have this policy, is understanding, like I said, comparing apples to apples as we go through cost recovery. But what I think, maybe this is what I thought, and maybe administration can confirm, is that it's going to come back with like maybe a recommended fare, and that's going to be at a certain percentage, but we're going to see what that fee would look like at a 20, or you will show us what a fee would look like at a 20, 40, 60, 80, 100% recovery. And so even though you're giving us a recommendation in somewhere between there, we're going to actually see that range as we do a results-based budgeting from a 0%ing, understanding which trade-offs we're willing to make in the budget. Is that correct?
Partially. I feel like I could bring you, okay, here's the fee recommendation based on a 30% cost recovery, and it would be this at 25 and this at 35 or 40. I think it would be a waste of time to bring you what 100% would look like. So
And
I think
that's
we
fair.
could bring you a corridor of here's what we are and here's what it would be, a reasonable variation on either side would be, but I wouldn't necessarily create prices for every user fees for every structure in that.
I guess, but I think that there are the things that are like very big. It would be nice to understand, and I think we've already had these conversations. You wouldn't have motions to say, well, how much would it cost for everything to be zero, right?
Well,
And
I think instead what we would bring you is what is the, so.
Total cost?
We would bring you so for if we use transit, what is the cost per ride?
Right.
What is the cost per trip? There you go. That is at a high level what would hover around, what.
100% would look like.
Yeah.
Right, that's the cost per trip of delivering this quality service is X amount, and then this would be in the percentage in that recommended fees is what you would say. Like what I think we wouldn't want to see is that administration sits on a 30% or directs a 30%, and then as council goes along year to year, it always remains 30%, and then we fetter the council's decision, and maybe you never fetter the council decision, but you kind of fetter the council's decision to make priorities and trade-offs on subsidies.
Yeah, and our intention would be to like have some level of consistency and a methodology, but then we would be reporting to you each year, how much did you recover, what were the fees, did you achieve the outcomes, and results-based budget would have us look at all of those things and consider all of those as we move through a budget process.
Right, and once again, this policy is comparing apples to apples, not making sure that we fit any type of target in cost recovery. It is just a tool to help us understand where we are, like from a fiscal perspective, to our quality, our high-quality services.
I would actually say this policy just says we need to consider cost recovery percentages as part of the thing. I said that it would be unlikely that we would start that at anything other than what you're currently recovering.
Okay, I think that to me is like what I think I would like to see is kind of the ranges of what it looks like, because we will consider other things like city plan, mode shift, priorities, but that will be council's decision of how we utilize that. This will be another tool to give us to compare about how we prioritize these user fees in our city for city services.
Yeah, I think what we intend to bring you in a holistic package for budget will cover all of those things.
Okay, Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, well, that's great. I think that's really helpful, helpful to understand, because again, I think that then makes the ratio an output rather than an input. And I think that again helps inform our decision making rather than dictating outcomes. Just so I'm clear on process, though, so today, this is just, we're not approving anything. So when do we see the final C policy?
So our intention was to bring the final policy back with budget, but what I'm hearing today is like you'll want sort of updates as we come with various reports. So I think like we can, when Mr. Jevney brings the leisure access report, we can also at that point in time share some information about what the status is.
But sorry, the policy itself, we would approve as part of budget?
Yes.
Why at budget instead of ahead of budget?
Well, I can bring it before budget, but if I want you to approve something that actually works with budget, and not a policy that we immediately have to exempt ourselves from because you've made a different decision at budget.
Well, and I think I think the worry is the longer that we don't see the the longer that we don't see the policy, the greater the risk that you're building a budget on something that we don't approve.
But when you want me to bring the user fees before you've seen the whole budget, it becomes harder for me to so this, I'm just going to go back to one of the reasons that we really need some guidance around cost recovery is so we can know where should we start our user fees at. And it wouldn't be a surprise to you when we brought the budget, because we'd be following a methodology and you'd be seeing a trending of that. Right now, it feels like you all believe that you'll be surprised with user fees in the budget. And I think the root of that is because we all know that transit is expensive and either we have to increase fees or we have to increase taxes. And what you're actually concerned about is the tension between those two things and us getting it right.
But policy is not the fees. Policy will not have any numbers. Right? The policy is going to be a 2-page document. It won't have numbers, right?
Sure. I had understood from this conversation you likely wanted some cost recovery numbers in there. But sure, it has no.
Yeah, but again.
Like in that case, I can bring you a policy at the beginning of September. It will have no numbers. I will build the budget on the basis of that policy. But I don't think that's what you're asking me. I think you're asking what is the impact of user fees and what if I get to the budget and don't like them?
So I think for me, my hesitation in this moment in time is that the principles that are laid out in this report, for me, don't capture important considerations. And considerations that I've heard verbally will be balanced, which is wonderful. But the document I have in front of me, I don't feel reflects the conversation we've had today. So what I'm trying to understand is what happens next and what shows up at budget. Do we go by the letter of what's written here?
So you want to see the policy? I can bring you the policy and the admin directive before.
Well, and I think it goes to this
But
point.
I won't have time to change the budget if you decide that you want to change the policy, because I'm already running up against timeline challenges to complete a budget.
Yeah, and I think again this helps clarify where, because again, my understanding is that the ratio, because I don't think the ratio is in the policy, but the process of how the ratio gets set is in the policy, right?
No, the policy would be higher level. It would say Like, the policy could be 1, maybe 2 pages. It will articulate these things, and it will say that we would use cost recovery as a consideration. The administrative procedures will be the things that outline what cost recovery in what service.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, so this is good. No, and I appreciate you talking. Like, I know this is part of the committee. As good as committee is, it's still an imperfect tool. So, so I've heard the answers to Councillor Parmar. I've heard the answer to Councillor Stevenson's, which is that there is an opportunity to have that policy, the 1 to 2 page high level policy, come around September. That's what you can do that. Like, you're willing to do that.
Yeah, I'm willing
Okay.
to do that.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think that gives me a lot more comfort, because I think, and this is the challenge with a committee meeting that's going on for way longer than any of us wanted it to, I imagine, is that, because even as we go through some of the questions, I sometimes hear an answer, I'm like, that doesn't sound exactly what I think you said before, but I mean, like, you're being tasked to answer a million questions. So, because, for example, I just heard in the answer, I think to Councillor Parmar, that we would use the cost recovery as the starting point. I don't think that's actually what was meant. I think it's one variable along with all of these other high level principles and approaches, city plan, mode, all of those things. So
I think what I'm trying to say is I'm a reasonable person.
yeah, I know that.
So
I hear you.
I think we need to use cost recovery, and what I'm telling you is I would never start the conversation at cost recovery at something ridiculous.
Exactly,
I
yeah.
would start it at the place where we're
100%. Yeah. And then I think, so I'm more comfortable after this long process. Thank you for everyone's patience through this. I think the last question I want to ask just goes back, I think, to the first round a bit, is that I know it is hard to calculate social good, whether that be for transit or for any, we've seen Reach do that with the crisis diversion team. They've been able to go and do that. We did, to a degree, arguably a financial analysis on the city plan that was able to provide some type of benchmarking about status quo versus what we're dealing with. I've seen groups like Urban 3 develop cost of service provisions. Do we think there's a way to engage some folks? I don't know who we start with, but that has always been my forever tension of how do we start to put some level of analysis to this? Because I love the point that when Councillor Parmar asked, and you said, hey, we can give you a list of here's why we've said 30 versus 25 versus 35. I'd love to be able to better tell the story about the broader economic benefit. We were able to do that for Ambrose. Well, the province was able to do that for Ambrose Place. It took a long time, but they were able to get data to help start putting numbers to it. Do we think we could engage the U of A, other folks, so that we could start to put costs of what is the financial benefit of a subsidy for, X leisure access program, a cemetery fee, a transit fee, things that allow us to better tell the story of these services?
I mean, we could do that. We can't do that probably in time
not
for the
before
budget.
this budget.
Yeah.
I get that, but
And
I
we
think
would require some resource. I
Yeah.
have a small budget team and a small policy team.
Yeah.
I'm not resourced to do that work. We would have to outsource that work.
even just getting a sense of scale of what that would look like, where we could even start, because I think that's the part that my greatest fear in all of this, and I think why it's taken me so long through this conversation, is that I worry that we're using that we could run ourselves into a situation where we're using one number without understanding the other numbers, and I've now, since through this long conversation, been given a comfort that will not be the case. But until we can ever start to understand these numbers, I worry about, for myself, putting any weight on this number, because I don't have data to help inform why this number should genuinely be what it is. So that's something I just think about, and we can talk about that offline, maybe about how we would start to tackle that. Is this, engaging the U of A planning teams or transportation or who knows what, but okay, I think I'm good. That answers my questions. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, maybe just a last round of questions here. So So if we were to provide additional direction around strategic objectives to embed that as a principle, based on what we've heard today, it sounds like that's already going to be considered. Can we make that explicit as one of those principles?
Yeah, I think whenever we do policy work, we keep in mind the strategic direction of the corporation. And in the preamble to a policy, we can write something about this policy aligning to strategic direction. I generally don't want that to be so prescriptive that I have to rewrite a policy every time there's a change in strategic direction.
Okay. And if we were to look at other potential principles like broader public benefit or ability to pay, are those also already being considered?
I think public benefit, to the extent that that's how we're trying to determine the general subsidy, is really a question around how much of the service is benefiting Edmontonians as a whole versus the user of a system. But because it's incredibly hard to price public benefit or to put a number on it, this ultimately ends up in very much a scenario like tax tolerance. Like, there is going to be some judgment in the application of this, and in the setting of a cost recovery ratio. I think ability to pay comes in from the perspective of us considering the equity, though, like, it's a subset under some of those principles. But I would also say, like, we consider that to be the application of low income, or Mr. Jevon and I were talking at the break, like recreation, leisure access pass is 50%. There's a different fee for 50% above low income. I think we consider it from that point of view, but there is no reasonable way for us to just have a price based on how much a person makes. Like, it can't be that wide open. We have to have proxies for that, and the low income cutoff is a proxy for that.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I appreciate those answers, and I'm maybe not at the level of comfort as others, but I really appreciate the answers and understand we'll have another check-in.
Thank you. There are no further questions, but we have heard that there will be maybe an advanced check-in on the policy in September, so I don't think a motion's required for that. That's been verbally stated, and I think that gives us a chance to have another conversation before the final piece. So, no, Councillor Stevenson, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, so I think just the answer around sort of a preamble around city policies, like I struggle why that wouldn't be a direct principle.
So I think we always, in developing policies, like we try not to create policy that conflicts with your strategic direction. I think what I'm saying is, if, for years we had Connect Edmonton, it's coming to its end. I don't want to write the words Connect Edmonton into the policy, because that thing will become something else eventually. And every time we have a different name for a strategic plan, I don't want to have to amend the policy. So I just want to keep it high enough, knowing that we truly do as administration, try and honor through our policies, and where our policies conflict with your strategic direction, we bring you policy amendments.
Yeah, and so I think so the draft policy being developed on the following 5 principles. Why would one of those principles not be supporting strategic outcomes?
Microphone, sorry, microphone just for those.
Sorry, and if it's that wide, we could, like, if you want it to be, like, whether it's a preamble or whether it's a 6th item, like, that user fees are considered with the strategic outcomes in mind, I'm open to that. I think what I'm saying is, I don't want to embed, like, you've done a lot of work to determine your priorities. I don't want to embed those specific priorities. I just
totally.
want
Or not
I just
city
want the policy
plan.
to say, I know those things exist.
Totally, totally. But yeah, I think having 6 say, yeah, supporting strategic outcomes, for me, that would be a really important one. We don't have to name city plan, we don't have to name 4 priorities, but just that there is a direct line of sight that our fees impact the outcomes we want to achieve as a city.
I think that's something that we could figure out how to embed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Now I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. So at this point, we can move on to our last item of business, which is the Investment Committee Annual Report. And so we'll bring up, do we have other folks in our delegation coming down? Yeah, I think so. Doesn't, I'll check as the delegation's coming down. It doesn't seem like too long of a presentation, but I also look at the time, and so I just want to double check. Did folks want a presentation, or do they want to just jump right into questions? Is there? Okay. Yeah, no, I think it is good news. Yeah, if it's not super long, let's go ahead then. I think we still have plenty of time on the agenda, so let's do the presentation.
So, good afternoon. The Investment Committee Annual Report provides a summary of the results of the city's various investment funds for 2025, as well as outlining the key projects that were completed during the year. So, next slide. The city's investment program invests the monetary assets of a city and trust assets under the administration of the city. These assets are comprised of the EdTel Endowment Fund, the city's pension fund, long-term disability fund, and reserves and working capital. The majority of these underlying assets are held for specified purposes, and the city's investment program helps us diversify our revenue base and support Edmonton's financial sustainability. The earnings of the city's investment funds are used to fund capital on a pay-as-you-go basis, and this allows the city to manage risk associated with the volatility in earnings, while allowing these earnings to be contributed back to support various capital projects. Since its inception in 1995, the EdTel Endowment Fund has paid a total of over $1.1 billion in dividends back to the city. This is in addition to the growth of the fund's principal from $465 million at its inception to almost $1.2 billion today. Over the last 10 years, $624 million in earnings from the city's other funds have been contributed back to the city's budget. With me today is Joe Stagliano, who's part of the team that manages the city's investments, and Sandy McPherson, who's our Chief Investment Officer here at the city. And I'll pass it over to Joe for the remainder of the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Stacy. So next slide, please. The city's investments are governed by the MGA and its municipal investment regulation. City Council approves the investment policy. The Investment Committee Terms of Reference, which is approved by the city manager, outlines the roles and responsibilities of the various entities involved in managing the city's financial assets. The Investment Committee is comprised of 2 internal and 5 external members who are appointed to bring both investment and business expertise to the city's funds. The city's investment management team manages the investment portfolio. Certain aspects of the portfolio are managed in-house, while others are managed through the external investment managers. Each investment manager has an agreement and mandate that outlines their investment guidelines. The investment policy requires an annual report back to council measuring performance against the policy's various objectives. Next slide, please. Overall, the city manages $3.8 billion in a variety of different funds. The funds are comprised of both city assets as well as third-party assets, such as the pension and long-term disability funds. The largest funds are the EdTel Endowment Fund and Balance Fund, both nearing $1.2 billion each, and the smallest is the Long-Term Disability Fund at $211 million. Next slide. Of this $3.8 billion, $2 billion is managed by external managers in multiple asset classes. The assets of the EdTel Endowment, Pension, Balanced, and LTD funds are pooled together to achieve economies of scale and therefore reduce fees. Asset classes and asset mix is determined by assessing investment objectives, tolerances, and time horizon. The various underlying fund managers utilize different investment strategies depending on the mandate. In addition, $1.8 billion is managed internally by the city's investment staff. These assets are invested in money market and fixed income securities. The fee savings from managing a portion of the city's financial assets in-house are approximately $1.5 million per year. Next slide. Investment performance in 2025 ranged from 3.3% for the money market fund and 15.4% for the Edtel Endowment Fund, reflecting each fund's asset mix. In other words, the amount of bonds versus equities or other asset classes that the various funds are invested in. On a 4-year basis, returns have been strong, and over a longer 10-year basis, all of the funds have continued to outperform their benchmarks. The city's Edtel Endowment Fund paid $48 million in dividends to the city in 2025. Next slide. In terms of key projects completed in 2025, a search for a new internal portfolio manager, fixed income, was completed in late 2025 due to a retirement. The new portfolio manager began in December and brings extensive prior experience in fixed income to the city's investment team. A new member was also recruited to the city's investment committee in 2025 to replace the skill set and expertise of the member whose term was ending. The investment committee ensures good governance of the city's financial assets. Finally, the internal tracking system, what we call the ITS, allows the city to monitor its internal bond portfolios for trading, reporting, and compliance purposes. The new system was successfully upgraded to a new city-supported platform in 2025. Next slide. So that concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to take any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to, I think, Councillor Palmer, who selected it. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I think this is it's great to see benchmarks, and I think it's really great to see that the city actually has performed over the benchmarks for this investment. So I think congratulations. My question is, are there other things that we can be doing in our investment portfolio? Shifts, I guess I would say, in the process, not in the equities or bonds that we buy, but in the actual process to push it even higher than benchmark without taking the risk. And if you could answer the question, the crystal ball of when markets are going to be up, that would be great as well.
Great question. So we go out so within the city's investment policy, which is ultimately approved by City Council, senior governing fiduciaries, within the investment policy, every 3 to 5 years, we have to go out and conduct what we call a asset allocation review, which is a, complex word to say that we look at, as you were just saying, different asset classes, different strategies within those asset classes, and then from there, if there's any recommended change, and it goes through our investment committee, if there's any sort of noticeable, as you said, things that we could be doing, then we'll recommend them. It'll go through our investment committee and then ultimately to City Council, and there'll be a recommended change to our investment policy. Over and above that, we go out on a fairly regular basis and what we call complete structure reviews. So where we do look at, should we be more active in a particular region or country, asset class, should we be more passive? Again, based on historical performance and our expectations going forward. And if there's any change to that, then we'll go to our investment committee and we'll make the recommended change. And then we'll go out and we'll complete manager searches for that particular new mandate or strategy. So we do that, but we also are fairly structured in terms of we don't really necessarily believe that we should be making changes very frequently, and we're fairly strategic and long-term in nature. Again, depending on the fund. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, it did. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. I know Councillor Tang did have a question, so we can just go to Councillor Tang. They're not on the list yet, but go ahead.
Okay, great. Oh, sorry. Just, I'm wondering about, I think year over year record numbers, I think this is great. Can you just remind me, for our investment policy, does it reflect principles around ESG, for example? How do some of those principles be incorporated?
Sure, okay. So your question is, how do we incorporate ESG into our process? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we do it in a number of different ways. In the policy itself, we have responsible proxy voting guidelines, which basically means that we vote all of our shares in the companies that we own according to the social and ethical guidelines that are contained in the investment policy, which ultimately is approved by City Council. Over and above that, our managers incorporate ESG into their investment decision-making processes. We also, when they come in, we'll ask them questions about ESG and how they think about it and how they incorporate it into the different shares that they buy on the city's behalf. And then finally, well, actually, there's two more points. When we go out and we hire a new manager, that's now something that we review in terms of that's one of the scores that in terms of how we rank a manager and where they maybe differentiate themselves versus other managers. So that's a long-winded way to say if we're hiring a new manager, they need to incorporate ESG into their processes. And then finally, sorry, you were going to say something, Councillor Tang?
Well, no, this is really thorough, and I really appreciate that. I guess, I've been thinking about this in terms of, we have, for example, a very robust social procurement framework that embeds a lot of various principles into the outcomes that we're trying to seek. I guess I'm kind of wondering about some of those principles for our investment policies, and maybe even more broadly, can we incorporate council priorities as principles in our investment policy? And typically, those are things within council's purview, right? And I guess, if you feel like we're already reflecting some of these social governance and environmental principles, then I think all good. I that's kind of where my train of thought was going.
Sure, and maybe to answer the comments you just had, Councillor Tang, we will be bringing an updated investment policy later this year for council's approval, and mainly housekeeping items, but we're also going to be, to a certain extent, incorporating some ESG concepts within the policy, things that are already happening, but we just want to formalize them in a better manner. So hopefully that answers your question in terms of we will be bringing a updated investment policy, and it'll be incorporating some of those social considerations that you were referring to.
That's great. What's the timeline for that one? Is it June?
So yes, right
Oh.
now, the date is June 30th. But from what I understand, there could be a very heavy agenda that day. So.
Yeah, I think there's a lot going on in June.
So depending on, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Councillor Tang.
Oh, no, it's okay. No, I think this is a really good horizon, at least just to have that line of sight, as we like to say. I think my time is up. I really appreciate all the work that goes into it. I think it's super thorough, and you guys do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. And this is just a information report. So my thanks to you. We don't, since it's now information reports, we don't get to speak to it other than I'll just say thank you for all the incredible work. This is a great news story. I wish this could have been the first item of business, but I know this had to be in the afternoon. That would have been great for, I hope someone's listening to all the great work that's happening. So, and that's it. So, yeah, thank you. Councillor Wright just came in for it. I'm hoping that's the case for our friends from the media as well. We'll get to cover that great work of this group. So, with that said, every item on the 7s is completed. So there's no private reports. There's no motions pending. Do I have any notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4:24. Thanks, everyone.